Chapter 287. Sun Lang frowned and observed the layout of the room. He then looked at the lock of the cellar and pulled it up. As he entered the cellar, a rotten and oppressive smell suddenly hit him in the face. There were no signs of fighting, no signs of forced entry, and the windows and walls were not damaged. There was not even a trace of disorder. This showed that the four people had calmly left the room and were not captured by strong enemies or fled in panic. However, the problem is... Sun Lang's eyes flashed a trace of sharpness. Where did they go? Not long ago, after discovering that Kong Zhongwu and the others did not stay in the Sanwei study, Sun Lang thought that they had gone to the herb garden. He did not expect that when he went to the herb garden to ask, he found that they had never come. This problem was serious. Lu Shuzhen covered her mouth and nose, walked into the room, and said in a muffled voice, "How is it?" Sun Lang shook his head. "It's very strange. It doesn't seem like they were captured." Auntie Lu snorted. "So they took advantage of this opportunity to escape?" The ranger pondered for a moment and shook his head again. "The farmer is dull and pedantic. The fourth sister-in-law has no opinions, Kong Zhongwu is always scheming, and Xia Ague is smart and cautious. These four people have different personalities. How could they come to a consensus and leave so decisively? Xia Ague is not an idiot. How could he dare to run away like this?" Miracle Dr. Lu's temper was not very good now. It was as if she was on her period, and her words were full of thorns. After all, not long ago, she encountered the biggest and most despairing event in the history of Lu Town. Not only that, the one who suffered was her Sanwei study. At this moment it was obviously in a state of chaos. She said angrily, "Since I saw you again, nothing good has happened." Sun Lang rolled his eyes. "You really have no conscience. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even know about your split personality. Maybe one day you would be turned into a sow by your bitch personality." Lu Shuzhen snorted and did not speak anymore. The ranger paced a few steps in the room and frowned. These four people have completely different personalities and thought patterns. Why did they come to a consensus and leave without permission? Obviously, there is only one possibility. His eyes were burning as he said resolutely, "They must have been let out or called out by someone. That person either has an identity that all four of them are convinced of, or has a power that the four of them can't resist." Lu Shuzhen frowned. "Who is that?" Sun Lang shook his head. "I don't know. The target range is too wide. We don't have the necessary understanding of our enemy, so we can't accurately analyze and lock onto them. The clues left at the scene are too limited," he smiled. "However, sometimes no clue is the biggest clue." At that time, all of you retreated to the herb garden and I went to fight the enemy. At that time, the mysterious person took advantage of the situation and took away the four people who were hiding in the cellar. The timing was very precise, as if it was premeditated. His eyes flickered as if he thought of something. He revealed a cold smile and turned to leave the room. Out of the protection of the newly surrendered Iron Head Ape, Sun Lang did not tell Lu Shuzhen that he had subdued such an elite special combat druid. Instead, he sent him aside to wait for orders. If Aunt Lu knew about this, it was hard to guarantee that she would not use a knife to carve the word "shit" on the forehead of the Iron Head Ape. Of course, out of love for this newly surrendered comrade, Sun Lang also arranged for Zhao Yunlong to protect him. In any case, Comrade Chao Patao held a steel spear in her hand and stared at the head of the Iron Head Ape without moving. As a rare gunner with S-Luck, she felt that she needed to teach this younger generation with E-Luck some life principles. When the Iron Head Ape was trembling with fear and did not dare to sweat, Sun Lang finally appeared. The Iron Head Ape felt as if he had been pardoned. After all, Zhao Yunlong also had a lingering fear from the terrifying scene of Xiang Shan becoming the monkey tyrant. How could he be kind to this ape druid? If he was not useful to Sun Lang, General Zhao would have already stabbed him to death with his spear. Although he could not kill him now, he could still teach him a little lesson. Sun Lang looked at the iron-head ape and already knew what had happened. He smiled and waved at Zhao Yunlong. Chow Patao glared at the iron-head ape, then put away her spear and left. Don't be afraid, Sun Lang said gently. Chow Patao is good in every way, but she doesn't like animals. Speaking of which, it's strange. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, as long as they're my friends, old Zhao is always polite to them. But if I want to raise a cat or a dog, within 3 days, she'll chase me away. He patted the iron-head ape's shoulder. So, it's normal. The iron-head ape showed a complicated look. There seemed to be something wrong with this explanation. Well, let's make a long story short. Sun Lang looked behind him. Zhao Yunlong had already entered the Sanwei study and met up with Lu Shuzhen. He turned back and looked at the former member of the Five Savages Society. Tell me about your Five Savages Society first. The iron-head ape asked. What does Master want to hear? Sun Lang touched his chin. Well, the composition of the members? There are a total of 5 of us, forming a loose organization. We don't usually meet and even know little about each other. We only contact each other when we accept tasks and collect money. The ranger frowned. Then how did you establish it? The iron-head ape smiled bitterly. Our leader gathered us together. He found us and defeated us one by one. At the cost of not killing us, he asked us to join him, listen to his orders, and work for him. Who is he? I don't know. I really don't know. The iron-head ape said blankly. In the Five Savages Society, the iron-head ape is me. The tiger Rakshasa has been killed by Master, and there are 2 others. One is the snake woman, and the other is the wolf woman. Although I am not familiar with them, I have seen them once and know their abilities and appearance. But I know nothing about our mysterious leader. No one knows why he established the Five Savages Society, who he is, and what he wants to do. Sun Lang's expression changed. Snake woman? Wolf woman? One is a beautiful demonic woman, who has the ability to control snakes and pythons. Wait! Sun Lang exclaimed in shock. Monstrous python? The iron-head ape blinked. Ah? She can control pythons as she pleases. Is there a problem? I hate people without a sense of humor the most. Sun Lang waved his hand, feeling dispirited. What about the wolf woman? A crazy woman as fierce as a wolf, cruel and crazy, bloodthirsty and tyrannical. The iron-head ape said faintly. Like a desperate and crazy wolf, she wants to drag everything she sees into hell. Oh, Moses Roy. Sun Lang nodded. What a familiar character. Good. He thought for a moment and let out a long breath. Another piece of the puzzle has been connected. Let's go, we'll go visit the village sage Zhao Si, who is in deep shit. Chapter 288. Fourth Master Zhao, as the landlord of the village, naturally had property in the town. Sun Lang didn't know the exact location, but fortunately, the iron-headed ape had rebelled. Since it had made a deal with Fourth Master Zhao before, it didn't have any psychological burden, as it gave out the location of Fourth Master Zhao and acted as a guide. Sir, this way. As Sun Lang walked, he complained. Sigh, you have one bad thing, and that is that you are too narrow-minded. This Fourth Master Zhao, although he is not a good person, although he is a member of the 5 black categories, although he would have been drowned in a pig cage during the land reform, we are now in an evil feudal society, right? He cupped his hands towards the imperial capital. The current emperor wants to implement virtuous governance. In other words, a local rich man like Fourth Master Zhao is also the master of the country. How can you send your monkey group to pour feces and urine on his house? He will definitely be very angry. Once he is angry, he will definitely not cooperate with us. If he doesn't cooperate with us, how can we get important clues from his mouth? The iron-headed ape nodded submissively at first. It was a little confused about Sun Lang's meaning, so it probed, "If he doesn't say anything, we will pour feces on him again?" "Yes, it makes sense, it makes sense." Sun Lang nodded and said solemnly, as expected of the Mad Monkey King, the leader of the monkey group, "You are really domineering. Come, say, 'I am the monkey group,' let me hear it." This new master was good in every way, but he liked to say things that people didn't know how to respond to. Now, the fog had gradually dissipated and the sun was gradually rising, but Lu Town was still very quiet and deserted. This was because a group of monkeys entered the town early in the morning. A group of psychic monkeys bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws robbed the toilets of every family. No one knew what they were going to do, so everyone was scared witless. This strange incident was a combination of ghosts, monsters, filth, and fairy tales. It was incomparably strange. It was estimated that in a few days, it would become a new urban legend. Under such circumstances, everyone was naturally scared to the point of hiding at home, not daring to go out. Thus, it gave some people the opportunity to commit crimes. As Sun Lang walked, he imparted his life experience to his new follower. Kerrigan has the Zergs and they can beat the humans. Even the celestial elves have to be wary of them. Although your Zergs are a little shabby, they are still very powerful. You need to be more flexible and use more tactics. He gestured with his hands, spittle flying. For example, what do you plan to interrogate that fourth Master Zhao later? Beat him? That's too boring. Threaten him with his family? That's too cruel, it's against the rules. Pour feces on him. The ranger clenched his fists tightly and waved them in front of the iron-headed ape. He said resolutely, "So, don't kill, don't hurt, don't explode. If he doesn't cooperate, find the monkeys and chimpanzees to rape him. There's no man in this world that a chimpanzee can't handle. If it doesn't work, let it it again." Is he joking? He must be joking. I shouldn't believe this is true. There's no such cruel person in this world. Sun Lang's interrogation was still going on in the classroom. The iron-headed ape shivered a few times as it listened. By the time the topic had turned to the terrifying technique of using the 8 chimpanzees' position distribution map, fourth Master Zhao's home was finally in sight. The iron-head ape felt as if he had been pardoned. In this short period of time, he felt as if his soul had been washed by mud. It was too scary. How could there be such a person in this world? But in the next moment, his expression changed. Fourth Master Zhao's home didn't seem to be occupied by the evil of this world. The monkeys didn't attack. Instead, they occupied the surrounding trees and screamed uneasily. A large monkey with a scar on its face jumped over on all fours, chirping and gesturing with its hands. The iron-head ape looked at it for a moment and its expression changed. Sun Lang frowned, quickly walked forward, and kicked open the unlatched door. The smell of blood. A strong smell of blood assaulted his senses. The iron-head ape followed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but retch. He finally understood why the monkeys felt uneasy and didn't dare to carry out his orders. There were no living people here. Innards. A large amount of innards hung on the trees in the courtyard, between the beams, on the door, and everywhere. They were arranged in all kinds of shapes, like decorations decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Corpses had large holes dug out of their stomach. Their faces were pale. Because their innards were hollowed out, it was easier for a hollow body to maintain balance and stand upright. All the corpses were either sitting or standing, just like when they were alive. Maids carried hot water, servants carried brooms, women stood guard by the door, and officials sat high up in the Ming Hall. Decorated with lanterns and colored banners, it was red and fiery. Husband and wife bowed to each other, raising the table and eyebrows. This seemed to be the scene of a woman getting married. And all the corpses' faces were pale, empty, and lifeless. Their heads were all twisted at strange angles. Even those whose backs were facing the door turned their heads. Their faces were all facing the direction of the door. The corners of their mouths were strangely raised, revealing a twisted and cruel smile. Although the iron-head ape was also a top figure, he had never seen such a strange and terrifying scene that made one's scalp tingle. Those strange smiling faces, those empty gazes, everything made him feel a chill in his heart, and his stomach kept twitching. How creative! How big of a grudge do they have? Sun Lang's expression didn't change. He walked straight past the corpses that had died with their eyes open, and walked towards the direction of the hall. His expression was calm, and he looked around at ease. The iron-head ape took a few deep breaths before calming down his feelings, and besides feeling admiration in his heart as he gazed at Sun Lang's swaggering figure, he was extremely curious. Is it because he's bold, or is he simply a madman? Sun Lang didn't care what the iron-head ape was thinking. He stepped over the threshold, walked into the hall, and then shrugged his shoulders. Sure enough, the head of the family, fourth Master Zhao, was sitting high up in the Ming Hall. He stroked his beard and smiled. His smile was also strange, and his face was also pale. And in front of him, there was a person kneeling. His body was covered with internal organs. 2 large intestines were intertwined in front of his chest, and a lung was hanging in the middle. This appearance made him look like a bridegroom. Marriage. This is the wedding ceremony. Sun Lang looked at the side of the bridegroom. Where's the bride? Yes, there were busy maids and servants, guests and women watching the ceremony, a bridegroom wearing red with flowers, and old Master Zhao being bowed to by the newlyweds. In this bloody and cruel wedding scene, the only thing missing was the bride. No. Maybe there's still something missing. Sun Lang walked to the front of fourth Master Zhao's corpse. Facing the dead man's pale and strange smile, he reached out his hand as if nothing had happened, pressed down on the man's shoulder, and pulled it back. This person's guts had truly reached the point of insanity. Fourth Master Zhao's body lost the strength to support itself, and directly fell to the ground, making a dull sound. His back was empty. His spine had disappeared without a trace. It was a deep hole like a single dark eye. The iron-head ape also walked in at this time. Seeing the back of fourth Master Zhao's body, a shocked expression appeared on his face. This is, Sun Lang said indifferently. The fourth Master Zhao, who pretended to be polite to me in Wei Zhuang, the fourth Master Zhao who hired you. Is it real or fake? Who is it? A drop of sweat dripped down the iron-head ape's face. It seemed to have thought of something, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. He took 2 steps back, looked at the kneeling bridegroom, and shivered. Then, he squatted down, pushed away the blood-colored organs on the bridegroom's body, and grabbed the bridegroom's collar, wanting to see if the spine was still there. The skin on the back of the neck was intact. The iron-head ape let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. However, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Crack. A crisp sound came from the neck of the groomsman who was kneeling on the ground. Then, his head suddenly turned 180 degrees. His eyes were empty, his face was pale, and he had a strange smile on his face. His face was filled with death and darkness. He and the old ape looked at each other and stared at the groomsman without moving. This happened in the blink of an eye. After all, the human heart was made of flesh and blood. No matter how high one's martial arts was, or how strong one's temperament was, there would still be times when one was agitated and lost. The iron-head ape suddenly encountered this kind of unforeseen event, and a cold chill surged from his heart. His limbs and bones became incomparably numb, and he couldn't move. He could only look on helplessly as the head in front of him opened its bloody mouth and bit towards his neck. At this critical moment, the iron-head ape felt a pain in his chest, and then he flew out like a cloud, falling into the courtyard. He opened his eyes, and found that the bridegroom had already fallen to the ground. Sun Lang raised his right foot, and with a light step, The bridegroom's head had already exploded like a watermelon. Ashamed, he cried out in his heart, and a feeling of gratitude grew in his heart. However, this matter wasn't over yet. The iron-head ape that had fallen in the courtyard suddenly found that the corpses in the courtyard had all come to life. The faces that were facing the direction of the door instantly turned, and all of them were facing him. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were empty. That strange and terrifying smile didn't decrease in the slightest. And the dead bodies came to life again. Their heads kept shaking, and with a twisted and crazy smile, they rushed towards the iron-head ape. The iron-head ape flipped over, and with a shake of the long spear on his back, he stabbed it into the chest of a corpse, piercing through it and threw it far away. Then, with a swing of the spear, he pierced the throat of another corpse and sent him flying. However, after these two corpses fell to the ground, they stood up again shakily. With a boom, the head of a corpse suddenly exploded, and fragments flew everywhere. The fire chilin circled a few times in Sun Lang's hand. The ranger said indifferently, "Just break the head, the centipede's head is hidden near the brain." Chapter 289. It was a massacre in broad daylight. The brilliance of blood bloomed, and cruelty and evil spread out. The wedding of blood, the corpses, and the malicious spirits of the underworld returned to the human world. Their monstrous resentment could not be resolved, and they devoured lives and slaughtered living creatures. They wanted to turn the human world into a ghost realm. The iron-head ape held a gun in his hand and was vigilant. The malicious spirits surrounded him, and they howled. The corpses that had been dead for a long time had a crazy and strange Sinran smile on their faces. They regained the ability to move and launched crazy attacks until they died, as if they wanted to vent all the resentment of the malicious spirits that had died. All of this was like a nightmare. It was as if they were no longer in the human world. In this terrifying scene that exceeded expectations and challenged the limits of human imagination, even the powerful martial artists with superpowers could not help but feel scared and tremble all over. The iron-head ape swallowed a mouthful of saliva, calming its increasingly rapid heartbeat. All of this was beyond his understanding, and he could not accept it. However, compared to the strangeness of the resurrection of the corpses, what he could not accept was, "Mom, Mom, Mom, tear it apart and kill it." With a bang, the thick beam swept through the abdomen of a living corpse, and it was directly swept into two. The two halves of the living corpse twitched a few times and then fell to the ground powerlessly. Sun Lang took back the thick beam in his hand and carried it on his shoulder. He gave the iron-head ape a thumbs up. "Let me tell you, a baseball bat is the standard equipment to deal with zombies, and there are all kinds of special modification techniques. If you're a racer with a daughter, you can use nails to modify it into a mace. If you're a garbage collector, you can even add a rocket to it." That was right. This was the thing that the iron-head ape could not accept the most. It was clearly such a dangerous, evil, and terrifying scene, but the person in front of him had turned it into some kind of special instruction. Not only was it not too scary, it was even a little funny. From the moment he killed the first living corpse with a gun, and after he said in a deep voice, "It's time to show you the various special skills to fight zombies that I practiced in Raccoon City, Good Luck City, Vasana, the quarantine area of Boston, the Empire Sanatorium, and the vegetable field in front of my house." He began to convulse. To fight zombies, you need to use blunt weapons. Being big is good, being big is beautiful, and having a thick stick is justice. Sun Lang held the beam of the house with both hands and swung it around like a home run. The other living corpse's eyes bulged and its head shattered. Then, the living corpse collapsed to the ground like a pile of soft mud. Sun Lang, who had another kill, nodded at the iron-headed ape. "Of course you can beat people up too. Wrap a barbed wire around it or something. That's how Glenn died." She couldn't understand what he was saying at all. Seeing how he was acting so matter-of-factly, was this common knowledge? The iron-head ape couldn't help but wonder if it had been living in the forest for too long and had been separated from society for too long. Had it already lost touch with the world? Seeing that Sun Lang was so excited, he could only nod. You're right, you're right. Right, right. Sun Lang inexplicably became happy. He raised the beam in his hand and directly stabbed another living corpse to the ground. Then, he turned his head and looked at the last living corpse. The last living corpse was a delicate and pretty little maid. Although her abdomen was empty, her face was pale, and her smile was evil, it could still be seen that she had a good aptitude when she was alive. Sun Lang originally wanted to give her an Argentinian suplex or a strangulation technique, but after seeing the other party's delicate little face and graceful figure, he hesitated. This living corpse didn't hesitate. She raised her hands and rushed at Sun Lang, opening her bloody mouth. Sun Lang dodged to the side and reached out to press on the living corpse's shoulder. Suddenly, the living corpse's delicate body shook violently. Her pale face actually flushed red. She trembled 3 times in a row, and the tight muscles in her body instantly became loose. She swayed a few steps left and right, and then her legs went soft and she fell to the ground. The iron-headed ape was watching with great force. After seeing this, its eyes almost popped out. What was this situation? What kind of skill was this? This. How did you do it? You didn't seem to use any strength? Before he had time to ask, Sun Lang snorted. I knew it. Useless thing. You're still so licentious even after death. You really disappoint me. After saying this, he struck out with his palm and chopped the living corpse that was trying to get up into a pile of rotten meat. Why are you suddenly angry? What's with the mixed expression of disappointment and relief on your face? Were you expecting something just now? A lot of questions arose in the iron-headed ape's heart, but before he could open his mouth, Sun Lang looked at him with a smile that didn't look like a smile. He made a shushing gesture and said gently, Monkey, I know you have a lot of questions in your heart, but I suggest you don't ask. Do you know why? The iron-headed ape felt a chill in his heart and secretly cursed. He could only lower his eyebrows and said, Because stupid people live longer? Wrong. Sun Lang's voice was unfathomable, and there was no emotional fluctuation in it. This made the iron-headed ape's heart uneasy, but the next moment the ranger suddenly laughed. He pointed at his cheek with his finger and mischievously blinked his left eye, because boys always have their own little secret. What should I do? I really want to vomit. I really want to hit him, but I know that if I do that, I will definitely die. What should I do? Sun Lang's expression was kind and patiently guided. You must have a lot to say in your heart. It doesn't matter, just have the courage and say it out loud. I definitely won't be angry. I'd be a fool to believe you. Sun Lang saw the iron-headed ape's evasive expression and sighed disappointedly. It's really difficult to change people's profession these days. The profession of roasting is very good. It can heal and it's very balanced. You see, I'm the only one singing a one-man show. It's very lonely. Can you learn a little roasting skill? Unfortunately, the iron-headed ape had no idea what he was talking about. Lonely. Sun Lang shrugged. Forget it, the battle is over. It's time to loot the corpses. The iron-headed ape was worried about how to talk to Sun Lang. Hearing this, his spirit was lifted and he asked, Loot the corpses? Yes. Sun Lang walked to a few corpses piled together and squatted down. Enemies usually drop some items, such as money, equipment, experience balls, and so on. Some monsters also drop some rare ingredients that can be made into S-grade dishes. For example, he exerted a little force with both hands, and with the sound of flesh and blood being separated, he pulled out a big centipede with a thick body from a corpse. Then, he smiled at the old iron-headed ape and asked, How's my gathering skill? The iron-headed ape looked at the huge centipede. Its segmented body hung down powerlessly, and its dense legs were still trembling unconsciously. A hint of fear and dread flashed in his eyes. He took a step back and said in a trembling voice, "Ingredients?" Sun Lang nodded. "Boil it in boiling water for a while and let the centipede spit out all its venom and urine. Then, remove its head and tail, peel off its shell, fry it in oil, and mix it with condiment. It's very good. I heard from a stinky beggar that it's very delicious. Go find a pot and we'll try it." As he spoke, he peeled off the large centipedes from the other corpses. Each of them had a huge body and densely packed legs. It was a daunting sight. The iron-head ape trembled with fear. "Are we really going to eat this?" Sun Lang rolled his eyes. "All right, stop joking now. My surname is not Bay." Without changing his expression, he placed the bloody centipedes in a row and wiped his hands on the clothes of the dead people. Then, he stretched out his hand and lightly flicked the head of the centipede on the side. The long centipede's body trembled, then it suddenly raised its head and opened its huge claws. Layers of segmented legs circled and intertwined. With a strong bounce, the centipede jumped up and bit at Sun Lang's arm. The ranger waved his hand casually, and a young pioneer's hand blade chopped the centipede's back, knocking it heavily to the ground and making it dizzy. The centipede seemed to have sensed the huge gap in strength between it and Sun Lang when its attack failed. It immediately rushed out a few meters away, and then its abdomen and legs twisted, quickly digging a hole. Its whole body drilled down, as if it wanted to use earth escape. Sun Lang smiled and stretched out his hand to slap the ground. A few meters away, the ground suddenly exploded, and the centipede that had drilled half of its body into the ground was blown up into the air. The ranger did not look at the pitiful centipede that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. He said lightly, "It is very aggressive and hostile, but it does lack intelligence. It is still a creature that acts according to its instincts. The corpses that it controls are the same, and so are they themselves." He stretched out his hand and knocked, waking up the second centipede. After the centipede woke up, although it subconsciously made an attack, in the next moment, its body bounced and fled outside. It did not attack Sun Lang. The ranger's eyes lit up. Is this a coincidence? He woke up the third centipede, which also chose to run away as soon as it woke up. Sure enough, it's not. Sun Lang stretched out his hand and grasped the air. The centipede that had fled 10 meters away seemed to have hit an invisible wall and could no longer move forward. The ranger's eyes lit up, and he said to himself, "After the first centipede woke up, it immediately attacked me. This is a creature's self-defense instinct, so it is very normal. But after the second and third centipedes woke up, they chose to escape immediately. They were in a coma before, but after waking up, they received the message, 'You can't win, run quickly.' Did they release some kind of pheromone, or?" The ranger flicked his 5 fingers and woke up the fourth and fifth centipedes. Previously, when he was dealing with the living dead, Sun Lang used a heavy method to stun the flying centipedes in the corpses, causing them to fall into a coma so that he could use them for some experiments. Now, he had indeed gained some result. In this courtyard, the 5 centipedes flew into the sky and burrowed into the ground, looking for a chance to escape. Unfortunately, they encountered a vicious hunter. Sun Lang squatted on the ground and flicked his 10 fingers, constantly repelling the centipedes' escape attempts again and again. He set up an inescapable net, firmly suppressing these terrifying creatures that could parasitize the human body. His eyes became brighter and brighter. They're constantly trying new escape methods instead of stubbornly following one path to the end. They're even cooperating with each other and constantly formulating tactical actions. This is no longer something that can be done by releasing pheromones, but they indeed have no consciousness and no opinions, only instincts. Then, there's only one possibility. Sun Lang looked around and shook his head. Unfortunately, mental power isn't my forte, or I would have discovered something. The ironhead ape was confused. What are you talking about? Sun Lang cast a sidelong glance at him. Before I explain it to you, shouldn't you say something to me? You seem to know this kind of thing and are very afraid of them? The ironhead ape's face became very unsightly. I know this kind of centipede, but at that time they only parasitize birds and beasts, and their bodies are very small, so they can only occupy small birds and beasts. Moreover, the creatures in the mountains live every day in the midst of hunting and being hunted, so they're extremely alert. The centipedes move slowly, so how can they be parasitized so easily? In addition, this kind of centipede is difficult to breed, so although it's strange, it's nothing. The ranger curled his lips. But now, it has become something at the level of a parasitic beast. Not only is it huge, but it's also extremely agile and violent. Its combat power is very strong, and it can parasitize humans and turn the dead into ferocious zombies. Maybe it can even spit out terrible parasites from its mouth. The ironhead ape smiled bitterly. I've also thought about whether this kind of centipede can live on a human's body. If it can, how terrible would it be? I didn't expect it to really become a reality. Then why is it like this? Sun Lang touched his chin and pondered. According to your description, although this kind of centipede's way of survival and hunting are strange, it didn't become a disaster because it has many natural enemies and is weak. But now, its physiological defects have been made up one by one, and it has become a fierce predator that can even threaten the lives of all creatures. Do you have any clues as to why it has become like this? The ironhead ape smiled bitterly. He was too scared to be shocked, so how could he have any clues? It's the clothes, the tattered tucson, and the level of the posture needs to be improved. You feudal natives really have poor imagination. The time traveler Sun Lang said that this kind of plot development could be guessed with his toes. It must be some crazy scientist who wants to die. He spread his hands. Heaven has its own rules, and all things are in balance. There is no perfect creature. Even if there is, in the end, it will be the stars in the sky. This centipede is so awesome. Someone must have adjusted it and mutated it, he smiled. In this small Lu town, there are so many demons. In a short period of time, there are martial artists who make great leaps, monsters run rampant in the herb garden at night, and ferocious flying centipedes that can parasitize humans. What's more interesting is that there is a subtle connection between these three, and they all point in the same direction. Big news. The ironhead ape was confused, but he finally grasped the main point of the question. Then what did you find when you studied these centipedes? Previously, we encountered a flying centipede in the 100 Herb Garden. It was residing in an old monk's body. It knew how to deceive people, how to lie, and how to control a person's physiological functions. It was no different from a normal person. However, these centipedes were extremely stupid. They were just ordinary insects and beasts. Therefore, I have a guess. Could there be social classes among the centipedes? The high-level flying centipedes have their own intelligence and ideas. He walked a few steps to the side and pointed in the direction of the hall, where the body of 4th Elder Zhao was lying. This is the second discovery. In the entire mansion, everyone's body was hollowed out, and their spines were swallowed by the flying centipedes, turning them into living corpses that thirst for flesh and blood. But old Zhao's spine was hollowed out. Why is that? The ironhead ape pondered and said, Are you saying that the flying centipede in 4th Elder Zhao's body is intelligent? It's very likely, but it could also be the murderer's trick. Sun Lang said calmly, Not long ago, I found an excuse to beat 4th Elder Zhao and secretly checked his spine, but I didn't find any problems. But according to the current situation, no problem is the most terrible problem. Because there are only two possibilities. First, the murderer deliberately dug out 4th Elder Zhao's spine. Although the purpose is unclear, it must be to mislead me. Sun Lang's eyes flashed and he said faintly, The second possibility is the most terrible. This means that the flying centipede living in the human body seems to have a way to change its shape and disguise itself as a spine, so that people can't find any abnormalities. He looked up. The fog had dispersed, but the sun was not warm. The sky was gloomy, as if it was going to rain, as if a terrible storm was brewing. Xia Ague, Kong Zhongwu, the farmer, fourth sister-in-law Dan, and even are you guys still yourselves? Who knows? Also, the spines of fourth elder Zhao's family were all occupied by the flying centipede, and there were no wounds on the backs of the corpses. This meant that the parasitism didn't happen recently, and it wasn't forced by the adult centipede, but from the larval stage. Then the question was, how many cases like this were there? Who was controlling and operating all of this? A figure flashed in his mind. In the herb garden there was a sweet smile. At this time, the iron-head ape seemed to remember something, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. I remember that other than fourth elder Zhao, there is also the head of the He family, He Chunlai. Let's go to the He family quickly, maybe we can still make it. Sun Lang shook his head and said coldly, "It's too late. You came to make trouble for me this morning, and the murderer took away Kong Xie and the others when I was out to deal with you. We figured out the key to the problem, so we went to find fourth elder Zhao first, and then we encountered such a thing. The murderer had time to empty out the internal organs of these people, and arrange them like this. Do you think he didn't have time to kill He Chunlai?" "That's true." The iron-head ape nodded. Then the ranger's eyes were like lightning, and he said resolutely, "We can't be led by the nose by her. She's still far from tricking me." Chapter 290. After leaving this land of death that was filled with blood and slaughter, Sun Lang looked back and snorted coldly. "We don't have much time left," he said. He said, previously, when Lu Zhen died, his spine was also dug out. Now, old Master Zhao's family also died in the same way. I think He Chunlai's family will probably end up in the same way. The problem is that old Zhao and He Chunlai instigated a group of bumpkins to make trouble for me last night. The whole Lu town knows about last night's grudge, so? He shrugged. I'm afraid that these two massacres and the death of Li Zheng will be blamed on me. This is considered a serious criminal case. Qianhang Prefecture and even Suizhou City will be involved. If Six Fan School pursues the matter and even alarms the prefecture governor, I'm afraid it will be a big disaster. After all, after the war, the heroes of Tianyuan Empire will be rewarded. In the military and political system of Suizhou City, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be acquaintances who can recognize me. This move is really accurate and ruthless. Iron-Head Ape frowned. What a vicious open conspiracy, you're right. This is indeed an open conspiracy. Sun Lang snapped his fingers. So, we can't jump into this trap. We can't let this enemy lead us by the nose. What does the enemy want us to do? Sun Lang pondered for a moment. It's simple. When I encounter such a tricky situation, my first reaction is what to do. Oh, I see. But, the more you want to come out, the more I can't let you out. Iron-Head Ape was at a loss. Sun Lang turned to look at him with shining eyes. He reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying solemnly, "Comrade Iron, it's time to serve the country." Although he didn't know what Sun Lang was up to, Iron-Head Ape had figured out a way to deal with this new master. In short, he just had to follow what he said. It didn't matter if he didn't understand, as long as he could nod. So he immediately straightened up and said seriously, "Please tell me. It's like this. The king's army needs you to lead the way and submit a real proof of allegiance." Sun Lang waved his hand. "Do you know where your companions of the Five Savages Society usually make a living? Think of a way to lure them out. Let's give her a good thrashing." The Iron-Head Ape sucked in a breath of cold air. "Master, that snake girl is fine. Although she's demonic, she's naturally seductive. She's a stunner. But the wolf woman is an old and ugly woman. You." The corner of Sun Lang's eyes twitched imperceptibly, and then he said calmly, "It's okay, the wolf woman is for you. I'll eat meat, so you should drink some wild vegetable soup, right?" The iron-head ape was shocked and waved its hand hard. No, no need, no need. Sun Lang rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I'm not that cruel. No matter if it's a young and beautiful big sister or an old and decrepit granny, I won't touch them. I was just King joking just now, playing the joke of drawing a sword. Do you, an Italian hillbilly, understand? I don't know what you're talking about at all. The iron-head ape knew that he had misunderstood. He lowered his head and said, Master, there are only 5 members of the 5 Savages Association. The tiger Rakshasa has already died in your hands. The whereabouts of the wolf woman and the snake woman have always been uncertain. We don't have any interactions or contact in private, so, Sun Lang nodded. Then take me to your boss. You should be able to contact him, right? The iron-head ape nodded. This is easy. After all, Tiger Rakshasa is dead. This is a big deal in the 5 Savages Society. I need to report Tiger Rakshasa's death to the leader, and he will definitely ask me about it, the ranger smiled. You're really straightforward in selling your old boss. If I don't sell, I'll die. I know what to choose. The iron-head ape said calmly. Besides, you're stronger than him, so I'll always rely on you. This is the law of the jungle, the principle of the world. Of course, I won't go against it. Sun Lang nodded. That makes sense. Then, lead the way. It's a little far. The meeting place between me and the leader is in a small village southeast of Lu Town. The name of the place is Flat Bridge Village. At the same time, in the herb garden, Lu Shujian was strolling in the back garden. She looked at the familiar grass and trees in her memory, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. This was the paradise of her childhood. The mud wall filled with endless fun, the stone well railings engraved with beautiful memories. Now, the glorious and prosperous Lu mansion in her memory had already disappeared. But this wasn't the most painful thing. The most painful thing was that she had lost an important part of her memory. She didn't know why she didn't take revenge. Why did she sit and watch the herb garden decline? She didn't know what she was doing. Melancholy and confusion rose in her heart. She let out a soft sigh. But in the next moment, something happened that surprised her. Not interesting, not interesting, not interesting. Sun Lang is so cunning. He actually doesn't play by the rules. After discovering that Zhao Laosi died, he should have immediately gone to the He family to find He Chunlai. Then, he should have discovered that the He family had been completely annihilated. Then, he would have been witnessed by others. In the end, he would have become the cruel murderer of 2 large families. After shouldering this crime, in order to quickly solve the problem and avoid attracting the attention of Sui Zhou, he could only come and find him. Why didn't he act according to the script I designed? A familiar yet strange voice echoed in her ears. But the person who made this clear and melodious voice was none other than Lu Shujian herself. Her mouth involuntarily opened, and her vocal cords vibrated as she spoke. She couldn't control or stop it. It was as if there was another soul controlling her body. Lu Shujian's entire body went cold. She shivered and focused her energy to seize back the right to speak. She sternly said, "Who are you?" The control of the vocal organ changed hands again. The light and lively voice laughed. "I'm you. Even now, you still don't understand? You're really stupid. I think Sun Lang has already figured it out." Lu Shujian stood in place. Her expression constantly changed. Sometimes it was as cold as ice, and sometimes it was as warm as the spring breeze. Her tone was sometimes cold and wavering, and sometimes it was warm and casual. It was as if 2 completely different souls were living in the same body. Through this strange method they were conversing. Lu Shujian struggled to raise her hand and pressed it against her forehead. She suppressed the restlessness in her brain. She took a few steps back and gritted her teeth. "I don't care who you are. This is my body. Get out." "That's too much. Clearly, I also have a part of this body. The other personality let out a clear and melodious laugh, but it contained traces of unconcealable resentment. Get out? Unfortunately, some things can't be swept out like trash. Just like some things, once you've done them, you can't escape or hide from them. Lu Shuzhen said coldly, "What are you trying to say?" "What I want to say is that all the things you've done in the past, all the emotions you've had, all of them are stored in me. I'm another you, Lu Shuzhen." The lively personality laughed. Although her voice was clear and melodious, it hid a chilling coldness. She giggled and said, "You've forgotten all the things you've done in the past, but I remember them clearly. You definitely don't know what Sun Lang experienced in the battle at the Great Desolate Mountain, right?" "I know because I can guess." "If I know, why can't you guess?" "Because you're missing some crucial memories." At the mention of this, Lu Shuzhen was furious. She said angrily, "You're the one who took away my memories again? Why did you do that? How many times have you done it?" The other personality laughed sarcastically. "You're such a big idiot. You're such a coward. You're shirking your responsibility and running away from reality. You did all these first. You were the one who did it first, but now you're pushing all the blame onto me. However, it doesn't matter. I've always been a shield for you to shirk responsibility and escape from despair. I'm already used to it. If you continue to push the blame onto me, I won't mind." She chuckled and said, "Because soon you won't exist anymore. A coward who can't bear the burden of life and thinks nonsense every day has no right to live in this world. I'll replace you, replace everything about you, and guide your life towards new possibilities. I'll let you merge with me and become a brand new self." "I don't know what you're talking about," Lu Shuzhen said with difficulty. "You're such a crazy person. You're always so self-righteous, and you like to think that you're innocent." The inner personality chuckled and said softly, "Someone like you still dares to stand in front of Sun Lang. How disgusting!" Lu Shuzhen could no longer suppress the anger and fear in her heart. She shouted, "What does this have to do with Sun Lang?" "There's no need for you to know. You only need to know that soon, very soon, Sun Lang will return to my side. I've prepared a perfect gift for him to atone for his sins, to apologize, and to bring a new order to this cruel and ridiculous world. And you," she laughed, but before she could finish, Zhao Yunlong, who was not far away, noticed the commotion. He rushed over and stared coldly at Lu Shuzhen, his eyes flashing fiercely. The other personality was unmoved. She even waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, General Zhao. Compared to that boring and cold-blooded woman, I'm much more obedient. I love Sun Lang deeply. Can we talk about him? It's about him, about his future, about his past." The figure flashed, and the wind from her palm whistled. Her hand chopped at Master Lu's neck. "No." Zhao Yunlong supported Master Lu, who had collapsed weakly, and said coldly, "Sun Lang said that he'll beat you whenever he sees you." Chapter 291. Lu Town was a small place. In this small world, there were no secrets or news. All the major events would be spread by word of mouth, repeated over and over again, and would be talked about enthusiastically for a long time. Just like in the past, the story of Kong Zhongwu and Xia Ague turning over a new leaf and rapidly rising to power, as well as the major events of the Lu family's decline and the Zhao family's calamity, had been discussed countless times by the bored gossipers. And today, the new big news had appeared. How could the gossipers remain stagnant? However, the story this time was many times more exciting than the previous ones. From the item that fell from the sky last night to the invasion of the monkeys today, and even the horrible annihilation of the Zhao family and the He family, it could be written into the annals of the town. Hundreds of years later, it would be processed into local chronicles, strange stories, or even intangible cultural relic. And all of this had an indelible connection with a guy who looked ordinary on the outside but had a perverted heart. That's right, that person's name was Zhou Sun. Sun Lang, who expressed that all of this had nothing to do with him, left the Lu town that was about to be turned upside down with his newly recruited ape druid followers, and went to the Ping Chiao village that the Iron Head ape mentioned. Now, the so-called leader of the Five Savages gang had become the key to solving this deadly conspiracy. After all, the other two members of the Five Savages gang that the Iron Head ape mentioned, the description of the Snake Woman and the Wolf Woman, the death of the people in the Zhao family, and the suspicious disappearance of Kong Xie and the other three. All of this had a sense of déjà vu. According to the Iron Head ape, Ping Chiao village was a relatively remote village, not far from the sea. The villagers lived by farming and fishing, and were almost self-sufficient. It was a place that had no sense of existence, so it was suitable for some small jobs, such as illegal associations and violent criminal industries. Therefore, it was normal for the Five Savages gang to become the base there. Suizhou was a water town on the left side of the Yangtze River. The waterways extended in all directions, and the waterways were clearly more convenient than the land routes. Considering that the iron-headed ape's Qinggong was too poor in order to bring along this hindrance, Sun Lang had no choice but to specially fetch the special vehicle, Hong Kong Reporter. Speaking of which, everyone should still remember what this was. At this time, the boat was like the wind, breaking through the waves, creating bursts of splashes as it sped along the wildest 70 yards. Sun Lang stood at the bow of the boat, his clothes fluttering in the wind, facing the cool breeze. On his left and right were fields planted with beans and wheat, and the aquatic plants at the bottom of the river were also emitting a sweet fragrance, making people feel relaxed and happy. His mood was calm, as if he was about to be dispersed in this sunshine that contained the sound of beans and wheat. He cleared his throat and recited emotionally, "The dark undulating mountains were like the backs of leaping iron beasts. They were all running towards the stern of the ship, but I thought the ship was slow." After Sun Lang finished reciting, he turned his head and gently asked the attendant next to him, "Student Big Ape, this is the main point of the question. May I ask why the word leaping is used here? What rhetorical technique was used in the previous part? It was clearly running so fast, why did I still think the ship was slow?" The iron-headed ape was still unable to accept Sun Lang's train of thought. He tentatively replied, "Is it because Master's mood is very urgent?" "Wrong. 0 points. Sun Lang said loudly. "I thought the ship was slow because it was indeed running very slowly. It's time to show you the old admiral of Mount Akina's boat racing skills. Let me tell you, when I was an admiral, I was on a ship before." Soon after, his voice was suddenly drowned out by the sound of splashing water. The ship sped up like a wild dog that had escaped its leash. With the support of the legendary prefix Hong Kong Reporter, the mysterious modification of the ship's bow painted red, and the powerful driving force of the Sun Lang brand engine, the two of them quickly reached the vicinity of Ping Chiao village. From afar, they could see the sparse houses and villages. The iron-headed ape did not bring Sun Lang into the village. He walked towards a mountain on the east side of the village and said, "The mountain over there is called Zhuji Mountain. There was originally a small stockade on the mountain, and a king lived there. He occupied the mountain and plundered it. Because the terrain was good and there was a natural cave, he was chosen by the leader. He destroyed the stockade, killed the king, and demoted the rest of the minions to servants. Usually, the leader lives there and doesn't allow us to come here often. He's so mysterious, I don't know what he's doing." He turned his head to look at Sun Lang. "Master, do you have a plan of action?" Sun Lang blinked his eyes. "What the hell? Find the boss at the end of the stage and knock it down with a punch, then tie it up and torture it. After getting useful information, he would deal with it according to his mood." What kind of plan was this? However, he still asked, "Do you have any ideas?" The iron-headed ape perked up. "Hey, is he testing me?" He thought for a while and decided to go along with his master's wishes. He suggested, Why don't I summon a group of monkeys over and go to Flat Bridge Village to collect some feces? We can pour it in through the ventilation of the cave and force everyone inside out. Then, we can set up an ambush? Sun Lang stared at him with a horrified expression. You're too much. The iron-headed ape secretly rolled his eyes. Didn't I learn this from you? Now you're talking about me. Sun Lang was still trying his best to persuade him. Monkey, you have to learn well. You're the leader of the monkey group. This is your talent. You have to use it properly. You have to know that with great power comes great responsibility. You have to become a useful person to society and not play with feces all day long. He guided him patiently. Think about it. If you have great power and talent, what should you do? You have to maintain world peace and at the same time, gather a few more concubines and *ck a few more girls. You have to pass down your powerful genes and benefit all of mankind. At this point, the ranger said bitterly, Look, it's just like some people. Not only do they not fulfill their social responsibilities, but they spend all day thinking about how to play with *t. What's the difference between such a useless person and a pervert? The iron-headed ape was speechless. Benefit society? What kind of society can this ability benefit? The circus, Sun Lang said seriously. Increase the livability. Bring smiles to the people. Or, look, you can control monkeys and make them do some basic work. Your monkeys are all over the world. Why don't you start a delivery business? He gave a thumbs up. How about this? You can open a delivery company. As for the name, well, we can play a new Vegas joke. Let's call it the Membrane Toad Delivery Company. This name is very stylish. It'll be easy to recruit postmen who run faster than anyone else. The kind who won't die even if they're shot in the head. He had no idea what this person was talking about. He felt that he was trapped in some kind of fanatical delusion again. The iron-headed ape laughed bitterly. Actually, it's okay if I don't do this. In the mountains and forests, with monkeys as companions, there's nothing bad about being free. Speaking of which, the human world is more cruel than the mountains. Little comrade, you have a deep world-weary plot. That's not good. Sun Lang waved his hand. It's important to work hard. You see, I'm a ranger now. I have to work hard, otherwise. He thought for a while and then said sadly, Otherwise, I'll probably be reduced to being the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies in the capital after losing my job. What was this? A new cold joke? The iron-headed ape was speechless. He was silent for a while before saying, Let's put this matter aside and talk about business first. Master, the defense of Bamboo Mountain is tight. After more than 10 years of operation, the secret passages extend in all directions. Who knows how many hidden mechanisms and information? I know that Master's strength is amazing, but if we force our way in, it's likely that we'll alarm him. If he chooses to escape, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch him. Sun Lang moved his wrist and said gently, We can sneak in. I'm good at Assassin's Creed 3. That won't work because the situation inside is too complicated. Only the leader knows all the secret passages, and only he knows everything inside. Even we only know a few passages, let alone the minions inside. The iron-headed ape shook his head and said, In my opinion, this matter needs to be discussed at length. That makes sense. Sun Lang pondered for a moment and nodded. Then you go and make dung. Why are you looking at me like that? Sun Lang said with an angry expression, You see, if I hide aside and you command the monkeys to pour dung, what will the minions of Bamboo Mountain say? Great master, this is bad. The bastard second master brought the monkeys to pour dung. This person is too abnormal. At this time, what will your old boss think? He'll definitely think, F***CKU, I'll kill you, you little B***starred. I always feel that you're taking the opportunity to scold me. You're thinking too much. How can I scold you? If I'm angry with you, I'll kill you directly. Sun Lang waved his hand as if nothing had happened. So that's how it is. When your old boss angrily comes out to kill you, I'll suddenly rush out and raise my hand. This mission will be completed beautifully, and it will definitely be an S-level evaluation. The Iron-Head Ape opened its mouth and wanted to refute, but in the end it gave up dejectedly. It sighed and blew a whistle. Very soon, the mountain forest was filled with the cries of apes. Sun Lang had a poem that said, "The routine on Bamboo Mountain is long, and the apes cry 3 times with tears on their clothes." After the monkeys began to gather, the iron-headed ape began to assign tasks with complicated feelings. Soon, the monkeys took the order and left. The villagers of Pingxiao village also tasted the fear that the people of Lu Town had just experienced this morning. Accompanied by the villagers' screams and roars, the monkeys carried large buckets and small basins, pushed carts, carried carrying poles, and some indescribable biochemical weapons, and gathered at Bamboo Mountain happily. Sun Lang looked at the angry villagers and nodded with gratitude. It's not easy for the villagers to support the war. Fish and water are family. Comrade Ape, remember to give the villagers some money after the war as compensation. Oh, I'll say in advance that the organization will not be responsible for reimbursement, because this is your personal behavior. The iron-headed ape went away without saying a word. Sun Lang shouted from behind, "That's right, remember to show your face. Before you attack, remember to curse. If you can lure your old boss out, then it'll be a great achievement. A great merit." The iron-headed ape sighed. Yesterday, he had accepted the mission and happily went out to work. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he not only betrayed the organization, but also brought a group of monkeys to throw dung at the organization? What the hell was this? Chapter 292. He was in a daze, half asleep and half awake, surrounded by nothingness. He did not know where he was. In these 2 days, this was the second time this kind of thing had happened. When his consciousness returned from the boundless darkness, Xie Agui's heart trembled, his body subconsciously tensed up, and he put on a defensive posture. Immediately, his heart was filled with a feeling of cursing. His mother, this was the second time. Why do I always have to encounter this kind of thing? Xie Agui cursed in his heart. As his consciousness gradually woke up, the previous memories slowly emerged. In the morning, thousands of feces were flying, the sky was raining feces. A group of evil monkeys did not know where they found so much feces and threw it everywhere. Although it was not fatal, it was more terrible than death. The new Thai did not have any conscience. He ran away with his lover, leaving the 4 of them in the same place. In the panic, the two's martial arts were not bad. They worked together to open a bloody path through the foul wind and feces rain. Together with the farmer and 4th sister-in-law Dan, they hid in the cellar of the main house, and then anxiously prayed that they would not be found by the monkeys. While they were on tenterhooks, there was no movement outside. At this time, someone opened the cellar and said to them, "Follow me." Then, he opened his eyes, looked up and saw the farmer opposite him. For a moment, anger rose in his heart and he said sternly, "I threw you a piece of land. Look at what you've done, I'm also trapped here." Then he found that something was wrong. Opposite him was the farmer, next to the farmer was 4th sister-in-law Dan. These 2 people had already woken up, heard his shout, but did not turn back, only looked in one direction with dull eyes, pale face, and slightly trembling body, as if they had seen something terrible. Xie Agui's heart was puzzled. He turned his head and looked, as if 8 pieces of yang ding bone were separated, half a bucket of ice and snow water poured down. His whole person fiercely shivered, frozen in place, and even forgot to scream. Hua Xiaoxuan. 9 caddies old woman. The 2 people who had died long ago were like puppets. Their arms, shoulders, heads, and even their backs were hanging limply. Their faces were pale, and there was an evil smile at the corner of their mouths. Their eyes were wide open, and they were full of emptiness and despair. There was also a trace of relief that they had finally been freed. He stuttered, What's going on?" Kong Zhongwu, who was beside him, also woke up at this time. He looked around and said indifferently, 6 of the 8 hardships of life have been gathered. Everyone, the mystery that has troubled us for a long time may finally be solved. When Xie Ague heard these extremely calm words, he felt an even deeper chill. He hurriedly looked around and discovered that they were imprisoned in an empty stone room. When he looked carefully, waves of nausea and fear rose in his heart. This was because this stone room was filled with the smell of blood and death. The corpses of all kinds of unusual creatures were placed in a strange but orderly manner. Ferocious beast heads, sharp claws and teeth, black blood, embryos that had yet to grow, withered bat wings. These corpses all came from monsters. Kong Zhongwu looked at the decorations around him, as well as the flipping patterns and strange words carved on the ground, as well as the location of the 6 people. Clearly, this is the farmer, who had been silent all this while, said numbly, the altar. When Xie Ague heard this, he could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He shouted, What's going on? What are they going to do to us? No one answered him because he was asking a question that he already knew the answer to. The 4 of them were locked in place by the steel cuff. Underneath them were layers of strange characters that were cryptic with a hint of evil. The situation was obviously very bad. Xie Ague immediately struggled, but the iron cuffs were made of steel. How could he break free in such a short time? The farmer looked up at Xie Ague, who was struggling hard and searching for all the things that could be used to escape. He said calmly, Don't waste time. You'd better remember the few beautiful things in your life. Everything is destined. From the moment we agreed to that deal, it meant that we would have today's ending. When Xie Ague heard this, he glared at the farmer fiercely. You really know something? The farmer sighed in shame. I only figured out everything after I woke up, Xie Ague roared angrily. It's that woman. It's that woman, right? We were tricked by the lackey next to her. You used to be her family's worker, so naturally you are her dog, right? The farmer's expression was still blank. No. I'm just an insignificant chess piece that doesn't know anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. If that's the case, then don't just sit here stupidly. Xie Ague roared. Think of a way to break free from these damn chains. Let's escape together and find those people who treated us as playthings and chess pieces to settle the score. Why bother? Since she has already made a plan, then there won't be any problems. The farmer shook his head. Besides, this is what we agreed on from the beginning. Since we have received such a favor, we have to accept this ending. How can there be a free lunch in this world? Bullsh *T, Bullsh *T. Xie Ague said sternly. Just because they gave us power and allowed us to do things that we couldn't do before, we have to sell our souls and dignity to them. No matter what they want to do to us, we have to accept it obediently? I'm a human, I don't buy it. The farmer looked at him expressionlessly. That's not what you said back then. That's what I said back then, Xie Ague said firmly. I want to be outstanding. I want to live like a human. I can be their lackey, I can do all kinds of bad things for them, I can even die for them. But they have to treat me like a human. But now... He struggled to raise his hand and pointed at everyone present. They killed Hua Xiaoxuan and Jiu Jin old lady without saying a word. They directly tied us up and brought us here. They didn't say a word or mention a word beforehand. In their eyes, we are just pigs and sheep that can be dragged out to be slaughtered once we are strong enough. What I said is right and wrong, right and wrong. The farmer sighed and didn't say a word. Xie Ague saw that he couldn't even make a fart after hitting him 3 times with the stick. He was so angry that he beat his chest and stomped his feet. If he wasn't chained up, he would have already rushed forward and wrestled with the farmer. He pointed at the farmer and scolded, "Useless! Spineless! Coward! Pig!" He was about to scold again when he suddenly heard the sound of the stone door opening. The 4 living people present were shocked at the same time. This sound was not stingy with the invitation of the King of Hell. Fear of death was the instinct of living creatures. No matter who it was, they all shivered and then looked in the direction of the sound with fear. A person walked in with light step. The 4 people looked at each other and were relieved at first. Then Xiaogui and Kong Zhongwu seemed to have thought of something. Their faces changed at the same time. Sister-in-law Dan was the least scheming. She was half surprised and half happy as she shouted, "Sister-in-law Xianglin, you didn't die?" Kong Zhongwu had already seen that something was wrong. He said softly, "The 7th one is here." "Who is the 8th one?" Sister-in-law Xianglin raised her head. The 4 people present were her teammates, so they knew her very well. When they saw her, they all exclaimed in surprise. The original sister-in-law Xianglin was dressed like a beggar. Her face was thin, yellow with a hint of black. Her expression was dull and lacked vitality. Only the occasional movement of her eyes could prove that she was still alive. But now, sister-in-law Xianglin was full of spirit. Her eyes were also very bright. It was as if she had changed into a different person. She walked in a hurry. This seemed to be a good thing, but the change of their companion made the 4 people's hearts feel inexplicably creepy. Because there was a smile on her face that was similar to that of the 2 dead people over there. It was a smile that made people feel evil and happy with a trace of relief. When sister-in-law Xianglin walked to one of the remaining 2 empty seats with a smile, 7 of the 8 hardships of life, birth, old age, illness, death, love, separation, resentment, meeting, and not being able to get it. This was obviously not a good sign. Xiaogui looked at sister-in-law Xianglin, who was obviously not right, and stammered, "You? Why are you here?" When sister-in-law Xianglin heard this, she looked at Xiaogui strangely, as if the other party was asking if the sun would rise today. She replied in a natural tone, "I'm here to die." Hearing this, several people were shocked at the same time. Xiaogui smiled with difficulty. "Don't joke. This is not a joke." Sister-in-law Xianglin showed a silly smile. At this time, several people could see a trace of the shadow from the past. This poor woman remarried twice, and her child died. She suffered again and again with no end in sight. At this moment, she seemed to have grasped the last life-saving straw in her life. She replied, "After a person dies, there is hell. I can still meet my dead family members. In this way, I can see Ah Mao. In this way, I won't be alone. In this way, I won't be despised and mocked by others. In this way, I won't have to." The more she said, the more excited she was. It was as if she really saw a chance to be free. It was as if she saw the infinite happiness that the gods gave her from the most terrible and darkest ending of death. This soul that had died long ago, the death of the 8 hardships of life, sat in the seat that belonged to her. She raised her hands high, ready to embrace a future without suffering. Kong Zhongwu's eyes widened. Sister-in-law Dan covered her mouth. The farmer's body involuntarily moved. Xiaogui shouted, "Sister-in-law Xianglin, stop!" But this shout was useless, or rather, sister-in-law Xianglin did not move at all. This poor woman, in an instant, showed an expression of both pain and ecstasy. She let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground. Her body began to tremble and twitch, as if something terrible was awakening from its slumber and sprouting. Chapter 293. What was happening in front of them was simply the most terrifying picture for these 4 people. They might have been powerless and ordinary people in the past, but special opportunities had allowed them to become brilliant martial artists. Selling their souls had caused them to become cold-blooded killers and villains. Bloody scenes, scenes of slaughter, and cruel scenes, to them, these were all common occurrences. But the scene in front of them was different from the past. There was no blood, no corpses, but it made them feel cold all over. Xianglin's sister-in-law had been struggling for a long time. The strong vitality brought by the martial artist's physique and internal strength had become a cruel accomplice at this time, making her continue to be tortured and unable to be free. Her body was like a fish out of water. She jumped up and down with all her might, arching and stretching. What terrified the four of them the most was the crunching sounds coming from Xianglin's sister-in-law's body. It was as if something was constantly gnawing, tearing, and eating bit by bit. Her back was constantly bulging and squirming, as if something was constantly stretching its body and expanding at an astonishing speed. Dancy's sister-in-law didn't dare to look anymore. She closed her eyes, turned her head, and sobbed softly. The farmer's expression was wooden, Kong Zhongwu's face was full of fear, and Xia Agui was frantically struggling, shouting, "What the F***ck are you guys still standing there for? Hurry up and think of a way. That thing is coming out." At this moment, Xianglin's sister-in-law's throat had been broken, and her voice was hoarse. She slowly lost the strength to struggle, and the painful groans turned into gasps of compromise. On her face, a foolish and happy smile gradually appeared, as if she saw her loved ones in the ninth heaven who had passed away one by one. Her life, her sufferings, her happiness, everything, and her mao. Xianglin's sister-in-law closed her eyes in satisfaction. At the same time, a new life completed the initial germination and came to this world. While the four of them were either stupefied, desperate, screaming, or ferocious, the flesh and blood on Xianglin Saw's back bloomed. A huge centipede tore her back apart. The terrifying parasitic beast had obtained enough nutrients and escaped from the host's body. Its upper body was straight, and dozens of creepy abdomens were constantly dancing and intertwining. Xia Agui's eyes flashed with a wolf-like madness. All the weapons and tools he had hidden before had been taken away, but the jewelry was still on him. He saw the centipede's eyes move, revealing a malicious malevolence. He immediately bit the gold ring on his finger and took it off with his teeth. Then, he exerted force in his mouth, contracted his muscles, and with all his strength, he sprayed it into the centipede's eyes. The centipede had just broken out of its shell. According to the usual pattern of a boss's appearance, an old monster would usually stand still for 1 or 2 seconds and let the players slash it a few times. This centipede was no exception. However, Xia Agui's timing was very good. His luck and mouth were also good. Not only did he attack the centipede's weak point, but he also hit the centipede's terrifying eye and immediately turned it into a blind monk. This centipede did not have time to look at this beautiful big world before the lights were turned off. Intense pain and darkness came at the same time. One could imagine the fury in its heart. It still remembered Xia Agui's position and let out a furious roar. It opened its 2 huge pincers and secreted venom that could kill immediately upon contact with blood. It bit at this damn human. Xia Agui was shackled to the spot and could not move. Left with no choice, he could only face the centipede head-on. Seeing that the centipede was about to bite him, under the 2 pincers was a wide-open mouth, in which rows of spiral teeth were spinning non-stop. His heart was cold, and he subconsciously raised the chain in his hand to block it. The 2 poisonous fangs of the centipede were like pincers, cutting a big gap on the chain. Xia Agui saw the gap on the chain and could not help but be happy. However, the next moment, the centipede's legs circled around, and it nimbly raised its tail and rolled towards Xia Agui's body. F***ck. Xia Agui was scared out of his wits. If he was caught by the centipede, he would definitely not end up any better than if he was caught by the python. Hence, he simply lay on the ground, kicking and kicking wildly with his hands and legs while using the chain to keep the centipede from getting closer. Even as he resisted with all his might, he he roared. "Are you all King lining up to die?" As if waking up from a dream, Kong Zhongwu did the same thing. Pulling out a bag of silver shards, he held them in his mouth and spat them out one by one. The silver shards had sharp edges and whistled as they pierced through the air, hitting the flying centipede and causing it to shriek sharply. However, Dumbo Kong clearly did not have Qiu Qianqi's ability. The flying centipede did not have the ability to penetrate armor, and it appeared that it had set its sights on Xie Ague. No matter how Dumbo Kong drew its aggro, it would not leave. Dust billowed on the altar as Xie Ague and the giant centipede rolled all over the place. Kong Zhongwu was afraid of hurting his teammates, so he slowed down the rate at which he spat out the hidden weapons. On the other hand, Xie Ague had been fighting hand-to-hand with the terrifying monster for a long time. Both his strength and spirit were constantly depleted, and he was soon surrounded by danger. Once again, Xie Ague blocked the centipede's bite. Sparks flew as the sharp fangs clashed with the chain, but Xie Ague pushed the monster away with all his might and yelled, "Run to! Raise your King hand." A hint of hesitation flashed in the farmer's eyes at that. That was when the centipede took advantage of Xie Ague's words to raise its tail high and wrap it around Xie Ague. Seeing that Xie Ague couldn't avoid it and was bound to be entangled by the centipede, several cotton threads flew through the air. Although they were thin, they were incomparably tough and firmly stuck to the centipede's tail. It turned out that fourth sister-in-law Dan had removed the thread from her sleeves and made it into a tough thread for fighting. At this time, although her face was still full of panic and fear, she still bravely pulled the thread and firmly held on to the centipede's tail. Xie Ague's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. While the centipede was constantly swinging its tail, trying to get rid of fourth sister-in-law Dan's control, Xie Ague made up his mind. He stretched out his legs and firmly held on to the centipede's head. He shouted, "Sister-in-law Dan, hold on!" Then he clenched his hands into fists, and the chain wrapped around his fists several times. Xie Ague raised his hands high and used all his strength to punch the centipede. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, accompanied by Xie Ague's roar, the centipede continued to struggle and roll, but it was tightly held by the two of them. The centipede's tough shell slowly softened, broke, and splashed out juice. Slowly, the monster's struggle became weaker and weaker, and finally, it fell to the ground powerlessly. With a final roar, Xie Ague's fists, which were wrapped in chains, slammed heavily on the centipede's body, forcefully breaking it into two. Xie Ague kicked the two halves of the corpse to the side, laughed twice, and sat down on the ground. He laughed and said, "Motherf *cur I." Before he finished his words, a bloody light suddenly burst out from the centipede's body. A strong bloody aura gathered into a torrent and rushed towards the direction of the stone door. Chapter 294. The bloody light sprang out from the broken part of the centipede's body, diffused and condensed, turning into a long dragon made of blood. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It changed 3,000 times, dragging a bloody mistail, and rushed to the stone door that Xianglin's sister-in-law had just opened. The moment they saw the bloody mist, the hearts of the four people beat wildly at the same time. They felt that the blood in their body solidified in an instant, and then their hearts beat wildly, producing a strange and frightening resonance. For a moment their bodies were stiff, only their hearts were beating wildly, as if they were going to get out of their throat. When the bloody light completely disappeared, the four people looked at the centipede again. It had only a layer of dried skin left. Xie Ague swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a hoarse voice, What is that?" No one answered him, even if everyone had a faint guess in their hearts. Xie Ague was still in shock. He glanced at the broken chain that had been bitten by the centipede. It was full of holes, as if it had been corroded by something. His eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and dragged the centipede's body to have a look. Sure enough, the sharp mandibles were secreting dark green venom, drop by drop on the altar, making a sizzling sound. He put the chain over and struggled for a while. Finally, he used the centipede's venom to corrode the shackles. Now that his hands were free, the rest was simple. Soon, the shackles were also drilled away by him, and Sia Ague regained his freedom. At this time, the venom in the centipede's body was almost exhausted. He frowned and thought for a moment, then ran to Xianglin's sister-in-law's body. After searching for a moment, he found 10 cold, sharp iron claw finger gloves from her arms. This was Xianglin's sister-in-law's weapon. This woman had the nature of a wolf. She was especially good at finger strength. Wearing this iron claw finger gloves, her grip was strong. Although Sia Ague's claw skill was not as good as Xianglin's sister-in-law's, it was not bad. He put on the finger gloves, then ran to Shan's sister-in-law's side and opened the chain for her. The whole process was very careful. His expression was serious and his movements were neat. Whether intentional or not, he did not touch Shan's sister-in-law. He was full of respect and gratitude. Then he went to save Kong Zhongwu. He helped him up and patted him on the shoulder to show his gratitude. Finally, he looked at the farmer in disdain and spat on the ground. Bah, coward! Dan's sister-in-law wanted to help the farmer break the shackles, but she was good at feminine force. The silk thread was tough but not sharp. She could play SM, but not MS. Seeing that this was not the end, she could only look at Sia Ague and plead, "Brother Ague, please help him." Sia Ague sighed, "Fourth sister-in-law, don't be soft-hearted. Ask him yourself, is he on our side or on the enemy's side? Forget it, forget it. Now we have to escape. One more person means one more chance of success." He glared at the farmer and his tone became impolite. "From now on, if you do anything to harm us, don't blame me for being merciless. When we go out later, you will be the vanguard." After the farmer was freed, he stood up silently, moved his hands and feet, nodded to Dan's sister-in-law and Sia Ague, and then stood silently on the side. Initially, the team was led by the farmer, but now that the farmer's stance was questionable, and he had been passive in the battle, Sia Ague naturally took over the command. He glanced at the eerie altar and felt nauseous. "All right, no matter what the hell this place is, we can't stay here any longer." He took a deep breath. "Although we don't know where we are, although we don't know how strong the enemy is, we can't just wait for death. Escape." Sia Ague looked at his 3 teammates and said firmly, "We haven't lost yet, we still have hope. I have never seen such a powerful and terrible person called Zhou Sun. Now our slim chance of survival is all on him. As long as we find him, he will definitely protect us." He looked up at the ceiling of the stone room and said solemnly, "Maybe he is looking for us now. We also have something important to tell him." The 4 of them made up their minds. The farmer went first, followed by Sia Ague, followed by Dan's sister-in-law and Kong Zhongwu. Sia Ague wore Xianglin's sister-in-law's iron finger gloves on both hands. His 10 fingers were sharp and he stared at the farmer's back. If this guy dared to play tricks, he would definitely dig out his heart. They carefully left the stone chamber. Outside was a long corridor with stone chambers on both sides. Sia Ague and Kong Zhongwu could be considered to have seen the world in the past 2 years. They were secretly shocked. Looking at the scale, this was definitely a rather secretive and huge underground chamber. The person who built this underground chamber must have had a big plan. They didn't know how powerful the enemy was and how terrible the ambush was. But to their surprise, there were no guards or even people. They carefully walked along the corridor and asked all the way, but they didn't find anyone. Where did the people go? They walked around for a while like headless flies. They couldn't find anyone and couldn't ask for directions. It was as if there were only a few of them in this huge underground room. It was really strange. But after walking for a while, they finally found something. The farmer stopped and listened. After a while, he said lightly. I heard the sound of wind, there is a current of air blowing in. Xie Ague said vigilantly, Really? Kong Zhongwu walked forward and listened for a while. He nodded and said, Yes, it is in that direction. There are only two possibilities for the sound of wind coming from this closed underground room. The farmer said, The exit or the place where the wind is blowing. Whether it was the exit or the vent, it meant the connection to the outside world and the escape route. They were excited and alert. They walked towards the direction where the wind was blowing. However, after walking for a while, Xie Ague realized that something was wrong. He stopped, sniffed, and wondered, F***ck, why do I smell shit? Are we in the outhouse? Fourth sister-in-law Dan covered her mouth and nose. Kong Zhongwu frowned. Only the farmer remained calm. It seemed that the other three had also smelled the smell. For a moment they thought of the hellish scene during the daytime. They had a lot of psychological shadow. After a moment of silence, Kong Zhongwu said, Let's go. Xie Ague pondered for a moment. Although he secretly doubted that the latrine could be built upwind, there was no other way. The most important thing was to escape. You're right. Our lives are at stake now. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we have to try. After making up their minds, they moved forward with double vigilance. Soon, they came to an empty natural cave. A ray of light shone from the top of the cave. It was a hole that they didn't know whether it was naturally formed or man-made. The mountain wind was blowing down, changing the fresh air for this underground building. They were happy. Although the hole was high, it was nothing for martial arts masters. In this dark and dull underground space, such a hole connected to the outside world meant the arrival of light and the hope of survival. They looked at each other and smiled. For a moment, even the discord on the altar faded a little. However, at this moment, smack! The light at the entrance of the cave was suddenly blocked out. Then, a huge lump of semi-liquid mysterious substance whizzed down, carrying a terrifying momentum as it crashed into the center of the cave. Words couldn't describe the fierce and evil aura. For a moment, the four people were frozen in place, as if they hadn't recovered from this accident. They raised their heads with difficulty, only to see that the hole that shot the light of warmth and hope was now blocked by four heads. 4 monkey heads were lying on top of the hole with their teeth bared. 8 round eyes stared at them. A moment later, they let out a malicious scream. Such a scene was so familiar, it left a deep impression on him. F***ck. Xie Ague reacted the fastest. He stomped his feet and cursed, That bitch who played monkey tricks and threw shit is chasing us again. What a big grudge. He still won't let us go. Why was it the same move again and again? Shameless. At this time, the only path leading to hope was occupied by a group of crazy monkeys. These beasts looked down from above, and even carried extremely inhumane weapons of mass destruction. It was estimated that if there was a disagreement, they would immediately commit suicide. Such a desperate situation was even more terrible than rolling stones and logs. How could Xie Ague and the others dare to rush up? It's time to break. Kong Zhongwu shouted. Now, right now! With a fling of his hands, the 4 pieces of silver he had been holding between his fingers shot through the air and pinned themselves onto the 4 monkeys' bodies. Then, Dumbo Kong seized the opportunity to stomp his feet and soar into the air, heading straight for the cave entrance. When Xie Ague saw this, he gritted his teeth and rushed up as well. Damn it, it doesn't matter if I stick my head out or retract it, it's just as well if I get splashed in the face. Master has no scruples. He must kill these monkeys until they become extinct. Sister-in-law Dan and the farmer looked at each other, but had no choice but to rush up as well. Xie Ague and Kong Zhongwu were the first to rush out of the cave. They steadied themselves and looked around. Suddenly, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that in the surrounding mountain forest, there were monkeys of all sizes. They were carrying poles, hugging iron basins, hugging wooden buckets, and pushing small carts. All of them were filled with stinky excrement. The smell was so strong that when it spread out, it was simply fatal. At this very moment, these monkeys were all staring at them. Their gazes were very unfriendly. Xiaogui whispered, "Is it too late to run back now?" "Clearly, it's a little too late." Kong Zhongwu looked down and said calmly, "I want to know if it's too late to surrender now?" Just as he said that, a shout was suddenly heard from afar. "Don't surrender, we're on the same side." Chapter 295. Logically speaking, Xiaogui's mood was very complicated. He wanted nothing more than to sing a song at the top of his lungs, to express the sadness and melancholy in his heart. "It's the second time." He thumped his chest and stamped his feet. His hand trembled as he pointed at the innocent-looking monkeys around him. "Early in the morning, we were breathing in the fresh air, running laps, and listening to your lecture. Suddenly, we were splashed with feces. If we hadn't been quick enough, now. Xiaogui's face was filled with grief and indignation. "Now, we've really become a dirty shrew." "You're talking as if you're not now." No, I mean. Sun Lang pulled the iron-headed ape over with a gentle expression and patted the monkey's shoulder. "Now that he has abandoned the dark and joined the light, everyone is working under me. Don't kill each other and make others laugh. Almost being splashed twice in one day can be considered a kind of ape feces, don't you think so?" Xiaogui's conflicted expression clearly said, "Of course it's not right. Guizai, I know you can't take this lying down, but I've already taught him a lesson. Now, I'll let him apologize to you and treat you to a meal later. Then, this matter will end here. Are you going to roar?" Sun Lang said with a smile, "We're people in the pugilistic world, so don't be so calculative. Look at that fiery thunderbolt Qin Ming." Although Third Fatty Song sent someone to pretend to be him to plunder the state capital and set him up, causing him to be regarded as a traitor. Not only did he lose his official position, but his wife was also hacked to death. However, Song Jiang apologized to him and married Huarong's sister to him. Qin Ming was not angry anymore, and this matter was over. In the future, he will be an honest henchman. Look at his values, how righteous. "Although I don't know who Qin Ming is," Xiaogui said with a complicated tone, "I think he definitely doesn't like his original wife. Great minds think alike." Sun Lang nodded and said, "So let's let this matter go. Is there any cause and effect between the two?" Xiaogui suddenly shook his head and said, "No, this is too vexing. You don't have to worry about it. I'll fight with this guy and vent my anger first." The Ironhead ape saw that Sun Lang was obviously trying to take side. He squinted and said, "Why would I be afraid of you? Come. If I lose, I won't dodge and let you throw a bucket of shit at me." Xiaogui called out, "If I lose to you, you don't have to do anything, I'll fall into the dung bucket myself." Hearing this, Sun Lang's eyes lit up. He took 2 steps back and asked in surprise, "Is that true?" Xiaogui and the Ironhead ape looked at each other with strange expressions and suddenly felt very tired. Forget it. Xiaogui shook his head and said, "I don't want to play anymore." "You punish yourself by drinking 3 cups. Before the Ironhead ape could show any joy, Xiaogui pointed at a golden-haired monkey and said, "That monkey has a ladle in his hand. The feces are all ready-made. Please go ahead." Before the Ironhead ape could get angry, Sun Lang said hesitantly, "That's not good, right? 3 cups? As the saying goes, 2 women, only 1 cup. You're too much." No matter how stupid Xiaogui was, he could still tell that Sun Lang was taking sides. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some anger. A rabbit will also shoot an eagle when it is anxious. If a person is hot-blooded, they will not care about anything else. He looked at Sun Lang with an unfriendly gaze and raised his hand, about to speak. Hey, why are you still wearing the chain on your hand? Sun Lang said with a gentle expression, Come, I'll help you untie it. It turned out that when Xia Ague broke free of the chain, he only used the centipede's venom to corrode the iron chain. The two parts of the chain were still handcuffed to his wrist. At that time, he thought that since he did not have any weapons, the chain was very tough and could not be damaged by swords. It was also very lethal when wrapped around his fist. Therefore, he did not untie it. Now, Sun Lang stretched out his hand and gently broke it. The fine iron ladle broke into pieces of iron that were even more brittle than porcelain. The ranger pulled it a few times, and the iron chain that Xia Ague spent a lot of effort to break was broken like dough. After untying Xia Ague, Sun Lang said as if nothing had happened, What did you want to say just now? Xia Ague glanced at the broken iron chain on the ground and swallowed his saliva. No. Nothing. As a bystander, Kong Zhongwu had long seen that young hero Zhou did not intend to mediate, but wanted to watch the show. He thought that it would be better to give Xia Ague a way out now, so he said, Let's talk about your dispute later. Don't delay business. We have something important to report to young hero Zhou. As he said this, he looked at Xia Ague. Is venting your anger more important, or is your life more important? He looked at Sun Lang and said in an agitated tone, Young hero Zhou, that woman surnamed Lu, I'm afraid she's not a good person. The reason we're trapped here is because we were deceived by that femme fatale by her side. At that time you weren't here, so we hid in the cellar and didn't dare to come out. Suddenly that femme fatale appeared and told us to follow her. We thought it was you who sent her to pick us up. I see. Sun Lang nodded, not surprised. No wonder after Lu Shujian's B***TCH personality appeared, He Xian Dang disappeared. It turned out that he had received a secret order from the B***TCH personality. But who did this snake listen to? I guessed before that the person who kidnapped you must be someone you trust or are familiar with. After eliminating the possibility, it was either He Xian Dang or Xianglin Sa. Sun Lang touched his chin and pondered. Now it seems that the one who kidnapped you was He Xian Dang. Then the one who killed Zhao Si and He Chuanlai's family was undoubtedly Xianglin Sa. When they heard Xianglin Sa's name, their eyes immediately flashed with the tragic and strange scene of her death. They could not help but shiver, and their faces showed sadness. Sun Lang observed their expressions and frowned. Looking at you, she's already dead? A trace of fear flashed in Xia Ague's eyes, and he explained what happened in a low voice. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. There's such a thing. Well, you just said that you didn't see anyone along the way? And you didn't find any corpses or the smell of blood? Xia Ague nodded. TSK, it seems that we worked for nothing this time. Sun Lang looked around at the four people, and then pointed to the iron-head ape. Before, we tracked all the way here, wanting to capture the leader of the 5 Savages gang and ask something. I originally wanted to use the stealth skills I inherited from Master Kong to enter and investigate. After all, I'm quite good at Killer 47. But he insisted that it was better to throw feces inside and flood the 7 armies with feces to smoke out the people inside. The 4 people who were almost drowned by the feces glared at the iron-head ape at the same time. This person was so disgusting. The iron-head ape had a bitter feeling in his heart, but he could only take the blame with tears in his eyes. After all, it was better to be blamed than to be blamed in the future. This guy would definitely do such a thing. Sun Lang threw the blame away as if nothing had happened and continued, Now it seems that this operation is meaningless. After all, there is no one inside. They must have been sent away or dealt with in advance, which means that it is no longer the usual state inside. The enemy must have noticed something, or is preparing to do something. In such a case, even if they were smothered by feces, the leader of the 5 Savages gang would definitely not appear. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. Come, take me down to see the stone room where you were imprisoned. Immediately, the iron-head ape commanded the monkeys to spread out and be on guard. If they encountered any suspicious people, they would warn them with their ape cries. With Sun Lang's speed, once the enemy discovered him, he would directly break through the wall and advance in a straight line, breaking out of the mountain in minutes. Even if the enemy had 2 more legs, he would not be able to escape from the old man's pursuit. After the arrangement was done, Xiaogui's group and the iron-head ape, under the leadership of Sun Lang, re-entered the belly of the mountain through the vent. All the way back, the large underground room and the rooms on both sides of the corridor were indeed empty and silent. Sun Lang deliberately went to several stone rooms to take a look. Everything is neatly arranged, and there is no sense of haste. It should not be an emergency transfer, but a step-by-step plan. Where did the people inside go? No one could answer his question. The 6 of them returned to the altar-like stone room. After walking in, Sun Lang whistled. The iron-head ape saw Hua Xiaoshuan and the 9 catty old lady, who were hung like shadow puppets, and then saw the strange arrangement and unknown sacrificial offerings in the altar. A trace of instinctive disgust and fear flashed in his eyes. He walked 2 steps closer and saw the corpse of Xianglin Saw. He was stunned for a moment and shouted, "This is Wolf Woman!" As expected, Sun Lang's eyes were shining. The Wolf Woman of the 5 Savages gang is Xianglin Saw of the 8 Distresses. Now it seems that the identity of the Snake Woman is not far from the truth. The Snake Woman is Lu Shujian's pet, and Xianglin Saw is one of the 8 Distresses. These 2 actually belong to the 5 Savages gang. Hey, the noble circle is really messy. He walked up the altar and first saw the dead flying centipede. Sun Lang squatted down and touched it twice. He found that the centipede was already a dried corpse, and the flesh and blood essence inside had disappeared. He could not help but show a surprised expression. Mengnan. He solemnly clasped his hands at Xiaogui. You are not dead now. I guess you are already immune to poison, and your skills have improved greatly. As far as I know, the last person who was bitten after being entangled by poison was called Guojing. He was doing very well. Xiaogui took a few seconds to understand Sun Lang's meaning. He waved his hand and said, No, I don't have that ability, nor do I have the guts. I did not eat this centipede. When I killed it, its body suddenly shot out a thick blood aura, as if it had a spirit. It rushed out of the stone room, and I don't know where it went. Oh! Sun Lang's face showed an "Oh Moses Roy" expression. There is such a thing? He looked around and shot his gaze towards the sacrificial offerings placed on the altar. The entire altar was ghastly and suffused with a demonic aura. Within the hideous murals and strange containers were various colored and shaped living beings' limbs and blood of strange odors, and it caused one to feel coldness in one's heart with a single glance. Sun Lang walked over, raised his foot and kicked over a jar. The jar was engraved with a monster with a 3-winged lion tail, a bull head and bat wings. With a crash, it fell to the ground, and the things inside spilled all over the ground. Dark green liquid flowed out, and there were also some strange things. Anyway, when they took a look of nausea appeared on their faces. The paladin did not change his expression and snorted, "Ha, I haven't seen this thing in a long time." He casually took a 2-eared beast bottle, took a look inside, and threw it aside. It hit a bloody mural of a monster eating a human, and made a loud crash. Just think about it, the surroundings of this strange, terrifying, and evil altar that was covered in lifelike, strange, and ghastly murals and evil beings. The entire altar emitted a brutal and strange aura that crushed all living beings, and it caused fear to arise out of nowhere in the hearts of others. On the other hand, a young man was rummaging through chests and cabinets while kicking about randomly. I've heard of such a scene in operas. Xie Agui's voice was almost inaudible. Usually, some world-shaking monster or sealed demon Shura is released by such a reckless fool. Should we remind him to be careful? If he really releases some terrible demon, none of us will be able to escape. Kong Zhongwu deeply agreed. After all, in this world where demons existed and people believed in ghosts and gods, Sun Lang's firm materialism could easily be treated as an idiot. But before he could say anything, Sun Lang, who was fiddling with the offerings, turned around and smiled innocently. It's okay. I can run faster than you guys anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him. Kong Zhongwu also had a conflicted expression on his face. He cautiously shouted, "Young swordsman Zhou, Brother Xie is right. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Please be careful and don't touch anything carelessly. This place looks very strange. If you accidentally summon some terrifying monster, it won't be good." Sun Mo rolled his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? When I was in Andariel's nest, I also kicked all the pots in there and got some equipment, gold coins, and potions. I didn't see that crazy woman say anything. Instead, she was very enthusiastic and gave me some equipment. He fiddled with the altar for a while and looked around. Perhaps there really wasn't any monster here, or perhaps this monster was also afraid of Master Sun's despotic power. In short, he made a mess of the altar, but there was no change. Sun Lang stood up in satisfaction and stretched his body. Ha, interesting, interesting. He kicked the beast goblet that was blocking his way to the side and pointed at the strange characters on the altar. This is the ancient language of the demon race. It's very old. Legend has it that it was created by an elder of the demon race. A very ancient person. I think only those who are above level 8 in the demon language can barely understand it. This altar has the meaning of sacrifice, stripping, and extraction. It's probably trying to extract some kind of essence. Oh shit, that's good. That's weird. He turned around and looked at Xie Ague and the others. Their expressions had become extremely ugly. Sun Lang tilted his head and said in a strange tone, "So, what did you say just now? What kind of thing came out of the centipede's body?" Xie Ague took 2 steps back and said in a hoarse voice, "Extract the essence. What is it trying to do?" Sun Lang said casually, "Maybe it's trying to summon some kind of demon king. Isn't this usually the trick?" Xie Ague was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. His head hit the altar and made a heavy sound. Sun Lang said casually, "You've always been thinking fast. This is not a good thing." Xie Ague said resolutely and decisively, "I only ask you to save my life. If I'm lucky enough to escape this time, I'll be your lackey. I'll go east and I'll go west. I'll go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. You're useless to me. I won't spend a lot of effort to save you. It's not difficult to save you in passing. However, it still depends on your own fate and fortune." Sun Lang said calmly, however, "People who only know how to bet on others are usually not very stable. You'd better be careful." He didn't know if Xie Ague understood or not, but he just nodded his head vigorously. Then he nimbly climbed up, and just like before, he proudly stood beside Sun Lang, thinking of himself as a lackey of the sect. Sun Lang smiled. He really didn't care about this. "Then, let's go and see why this place is empty and what our enemy is up to." They left the stone chamber and walked toward the depths of the underground chamber. Before leaving, Sun Lang looked back at the 5 people following behind him. "There are too many people. If there's any trouble down there, I may not be able to protect you. Otherwise, who doesn't want to follow me? Go up and wait?" Xie Ague and the others all shook their heads. "Are you kidding me? We're not idiots. Why would we split up at this time? And leave the strongest person in the team? You'd better think it through. Sun Lang said with a smile. If things go wrong, I'll leave you behind and run away alone. You can't do anything about it. Even if you escape by yourselves, you can't do anything to me. Maybe I'll just kill you to silence you because I'm afraid that you'll hold grudges against me. Why do you have to be so open about it? How many times have you done this? They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But after looking at each other, they still made up their minds. The farmer seemed to have objections. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Ague looked at him coldly. Everyone else can go up, but you can't. You'd better not do anything suspicious. For the sake of fourth sister-in-law, I didn't mention what happened before. Don't be so shameless. Sun Lang smiled and looked at the farmer. Why, he's passive. Oh, I understand. When you were kidnapped by He Xiandang, he must have testified that Aunt Lu was reliable. But in the blink of an eye, he was knocked out and locked in a small dark room. What happened? Is this guy colluding with the enemy? Brother, I've always wanted to talk to you. The farmer suddenly raised his head and looked at Sun Lang. He said word by word, Eldest Miss has her reasons. Sun Lang shook his head and smiled. Which one are you talking about? Chapter 296. The argument with the farmer ended hastily. Sun Lang knew that the farmer had a guilty conscience, so the two did not want to talk about it. Thus, the six of them went deeper into the underground chamber. Along the way, Xia Ague could not untie the knot in his heart and kept glaring at the iron-head ape. Sun Lang shook his head and pulled him to the side with an angry look on his face. He said earnestly, It's not that I want to say this, but in this kind of situation, even if you want to take revenge, can you fight? Why don't you think of a harmless way to mess with him? Not only can you vent your anger, but you also won't lose face. Xia Ague was quite dissatisfied and said in a muffled voice, My lord is protecting him, how can I mess with him? This guy looks like a monkey, even if I use some tricks, he probably won't be fooled. He did not expect Sun Lang to be interested and wanted to guide the newcomer. Use some tricks? How do you plan to deal with him? For example, set the shortcut to return to the city for his LOL game to R? What is that? A country bumpkin, ignorant. Sun Lang sighed. Forget it, you tell me, I'll give you some life advice. Xia Ague thought for a while and said tentatively, Put a basin of feces on his unlocked door, wait for him to push the door open, pour it down, and settle the score immediately? No, you're still too young. Sun Lang shook his head and said earnestly, This method of yours can easily deal with ordinary people who don't know martial arts, but who is your enemy? It's warriors, they have fast reflexes and strong skills. Ordinary tricks are not a threat to them. Even if he honestly pushes the door open and gets hit, he will most likely be able to avoid it at the last moment. So, the paladin said seriously, according to my experience, to deal with warriors, you can't just rely on information to calculate their bodies. More importantly, you have to target their souls and start from their human nature. At first, Xia Ague was just chatting with Sun Lang. He thought that his lord would probably say some vulgar words, but he didn't expect him to have such a profound theory. He seemed to have grasped something and asked anxiously, My lord, why do you start with human nature? Simple, Sun Lang said without hesitation. Let me give you a small example. You go take a dump, wrap it in a few pieces of paper soaked in kerosene, throw it in front of his house, knock on the door, then light the paper, turn around and run. When he opens the door and suddenly finds a pile of fire burning in front of his house, what will he do? He's going to stomp out the fire. F***ck. Xia Ague looked at Sun Lang in shock, as if he had seen his life's mentor, an unparalleled sage. He thought about it again and again, and the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Damn it, damn it, damn it, it really seemed to be useful. It was so useful that it didn't even require martial arts. It was so useful that even a child of a few years old could use it to scheme against an adult. Silly child, you've finally understood. Sun Lang nodded with a smile. You must know that the great Tao is the simplest. Return to the natural state and you can do it at your fingertips. You still have to learn. Xiaogue suddenly felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. He fell into deep thought and could not speak for a long time. It was obvious that with this opportunity, Xiaogue's wisdom and methods were about to usher in a leap, and he would become a mature member of society. The two of them didn't try to lower their voices, so their conversation was clearly heard by the iron-head ape. The druid ape's face was filled with a look of disbelief. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Clearly, he had calculated that he most likely wouldn't be able to dodge this move. Sun Lang gently patted him on the shoulder and pulled him to the side. He said in a kind tone, "I'm not biased. I'll teach you a move on how to deal with and counter this kind of shameless method in broad daylight." 2 classic cases of instigation were established just like that. While Sun Lang was teaching, the other 3 were also listening. They looked at each other and found it funny. They were only martial artists from the Qian Hang area of the Jiangsu countryside. They had never seen any top experts in their lives. They only felt that this young man in front of them, who was exceptionally skilled in martial arts, had a strange temperament and was hard to grasp. Could it be that every top expert was like this? However, after Sun Lang's antics, the layer of haze that coiled around their hearts had faded greatly. They went all the way down and passed through the complex underground room. There was no one along the way. According to the iron-head ape, there were at least 100 servants here. The scale was very large, but now there was no one, which was obviously abnormal. Sun Lang entered a stone room. There were rows of bookshelves here, but there was nothing on them. The ranger smiled with interest. In those bedrooms, the items are neatly arranged, and the daily necessities are complete. There is no sign of haste or chaos. However, the places where the documents and files are placed have been cleaned out. The enemy is systematically destroying the clues and information, Kong Zhongwu said. But it's easy to destroy or take away the files and documents, but there are more than 100 servants here. Wouldn't it be too conspicuous if they were to leave at the same time? It would be easy to expose the target and leak information. Xiaogue's tone was still flat. You mean, those people are still here? Sun Lang turned back to look at the iron-head ape. When was the last time you came here? Sun Lang raised his finger. Do you know who Hassan is? The old man of the mountains, Huashan, the founder of the Ming cult. The assassin cult was also established by him, so I think Assassin, Altair, and Ezio in the 5 battles of the Holy Grail should all know how to use the heaven and earth great shift. The iron-head ape, who had no idea what this guy was talking about, could only nod with a dry smile. But speaking of which, I'm more inclined to the second possibility. Sun Lang smiled gently. That is, the leader of the 5 Savages Association is just a wage earner. He doesn't have a share of the mined minerals, and all of them have to be paid as tribute. So, I want you to take on some bounty missions to supplement your family. He separated the crowd and took the lead, heading deeper into the mine. Then, the more important question is, what are these extremely rare and expensive precious metals used for? Also, mining is not something that can be solved with a hoe or two. It requires a lot of manpower and resources. Moreover, smelting metals is also a time-consuming and labor-consuming thing. There is actually no smelting equipment here. The few of them continued to go deeper with torches. Sure enough, the brick wall corridor soon disappeared, leaving only the excavated hole and the supporting wooden pillars. The deep path led all the way down, and the surroundings were silent. There was only the sound of water dripping and the crackling of the braziers burning. There was no one. This should be a mining site, but there were no miners, no pickaxes, and no signs of human activity. There were no tables or chairs for resting, no pots or pans for cooking, no places to sleep, and no water tank. It was impossible to tell that there were miners working here. How did the Five Savages Association conduct mining operations here? Sun Lang touched the small mottled gaps on the wall, which looked like some kind of thin bite mark. They know how to play, they know how to play. His expression changed, and he said indifferently, I think you can run away now. By the way, which one of you has trypophobia? Then you'll have fun. Although there was no beginning or end to these words, the five of them knew Sun Lang's ability. Since he said that he was ready to run away, they would definitely run away. However, before they could put it into practice, Sia Ague suddenly shouted, What is it? He raised his foot and stepped back, then reached out and grabbed something on the ground. His hand was as fast as lightning, and he grabbed something on the ground. Everyone looked at the fire and saw that the back of the thing's neck was pinched by Sia Ague's 2 fingers. It struggled in the air and made squeaking sounds. Sia Ague glanced at it and laughed. Damn, so it's a mouse. You scared me. Iron-Head Ape's expression changed drastically as he cried out, Hidden mouse? Sia Ague's heart trembled as he stared at Iron-Head Ape. What hidden mouse? What's wrong? However, he did not hear the other party's answer. Instead, he heard a shout, Be careful. At this moment, the thumb-sized mouse suddenly puffed up its cheeks and spat out something. Fortunately, Sia Ague's martial arts were not bad and his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately tilted his head and dodged. The flying object was as fast as lightning as it flew past his ear and hit the wall, making an explosive sound. Sia Ague's ears were burning from the friction. Furious, he exerted force from his 2 fingers and pinched the hidden mouse to death on the spot. He turned his head and nodded to the iron-headed ape to thank him for his warning. Then, he asked, What the hell is this? What did you just spit out? Iron-Head Ape's body was trembling slightly at this moment. He said in an extremely difficult tone, This is a hidden mouse. Its body is extremely small and its teeth are extremely sharp. It likes to eat gold and stone. This is also their self-defense method. They hide the stone pieces they bite off in their cheek pouches and spit them out when necessary. The structure of their mouth is special and the muscles in their mouth are well developed. Therefore, the speed and strength of their spit are extremely high. It is not inferior to a hidden weapon expert's flying stone attack. Indeed. Sia Ague's heart was filled with sorrow. If I didn't dodge quickly, even if I didn't die, I would have been injured. Thank you very much. Let's forget about the shit. You. Hey, why are you shaking so hard? This is the second self-defense method I want to talk about. Iron-Head Ape said in a trembling voice. For such a small creature, if they want to protect themselves, they can only rely on 2 methods. The first is a special skill, such as poison, such as this stone spitting, and the second is… Sun Lang held the torch and looked at the stone wall above his head. He said indifferently, living in groups. He opened his right hand and with a push of his palm, the torch soared into the sky and then exploded in the air. The flames spread and the light shone, dispersing the darkness of the dome and illuminating the shadows. It also illuminated the extremely frightening things on the ceiling. It was like a beehive. Small nests had been gnawed out of the top of the stone wall. Small heads with bright eyes poked out of the nest. They were densely packed and looked down at the group of invaders from a high vantage point. When the flames exploded and the strong light burst forth, the large number of hidden mice were frightened. After a short moment of panic, they let out a heart-palpitating scream in unison. Sia Ague murmured, Motherf asterisk cur. He saw that these densely packed little things puffed up their cheeks at the same time. Then, the sound of spitting came together like a tidal wave, causing people's hearts to tremble. In the next moment, the sharp and fine stone pieces poured down like a waterfall. Chapter 297. In the spacious underground space, the ceiling was densely filled with hidden rats. From above, they shot out sharp stone shards. Only the swordsman John Doe and King Leonidas of Sparta had the privilege to experience such a spectacular scene. Of course, if Malfurion encountered domestic violence, he would most likely experience the feeling of justice descending from the heavens. In short, this kind of extremely dense barrage of bullets in a confined environment was simply the most terrible nightmare. Xia Ague and the others showed a look of despair. In this kind of desperate situation, even if their martial arts were 10 times stronger, they would still be unable to withstand this kind of dense barrage of bullets. No matter how high a person's martial arts was, could they withstand 10,000 arrows? Just as they closed their eyes and waited for death, Sun Lang lifted his foot and kicked a few times on the ground, and then stomped hard. With a loud bang, a large stone slab flew up from the ground in the distance and whistled over everyone's heads. Sun Lang stretched out his middle finger, and with a push and a turn, the stone slab that was large enough to cover everyone spun like a silk handkerchief, blocking all the stone shards that shot down. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard Sun Lang singing in a pinched voice, "A handkerchief, a brick, I'm singing happily on the stage." The stone slab spun faster and faster, and it even set off a strong airflow. The stone shards were bounced off by the high-speed spinning stone slab and shot in all directions. For a moment, the hidden rats screamed. Some of their bodies were directly cut in half and fell powerlessly, but they were bounced off by the stone slab again. For a moment, blood rained down. Sun Lang was playing happily. As he spun, he shouted, "Little ones, ask me if this sledgehammer is good or not." Xia Ague and the others only heard a series of crackling sounds in their ears, and their hearts were filled with a huge sense of insecurity. They felt that they were about to die, but they would not die for a while. This was the most terrible feeling. They trembled all over, and only heard a series of frightening sounds coming from above. How could they still care about Sun Lang? Sun Lang did not hear their reply and said angrily, "Are you jealous of the beauty of our Thorn Stream Templars? Reflect damage is part of the game's mechanic. If you don't like it, then don't play anymore." Xia Ague raised his head and looked up, only to see that the huge stone slab was spinning in the air, and the scalp-numbing explosions were incessantly heard. He mustered up his courage and asked in a trembling voice, "When will this be the end? Will this stone slab be damaged?" The Ironhead ape wasn't as calm as Xia Ague, but he was a bit better than Xia Ague. "Don't worry. Hidden rats are so small and they spit out so many stones. With their bodies, how many times can they spit them out? What's more, the stones that they hide in their cheek pouches are not randomly pulled out. At the very least, they have to be polished until they are sharp and smooth." When Xia Ague heard him say this, he finally relaxed. In other words, as long as we survive this barrage and wait for these little bastards to die of exhaustion, everything will be fine? The Ironhead ape nodded. This was also the reason why he wasn't too panicked. Even if the sky collapsed, there were still tall people to hold it up. Besides, with Sun Lang here, the sky might not collapse. But at this moment, Sun Lang, who was happily spinning his handkerchief, turned his head and looked at the two of them with a look of concern, as if they were mentally retarded. Well, they aren't stupid. If they find that spitting out stones is useless, why would they continue to tire themselves to death? They will definitely choose another method of attack. Xia Ague seemed to realize something and stammered, Another method of attack? What? Sun Lang sighed. Idiot, idiot. They can even chew through stones. Don't tell me they can't chew through you? Xie Agui's pupils shrank, and he almost jumped up. He said excitedly, Then what should we do? I don't know. Sun Lang blinked his big innocent eyes. Anyway, I'm not afraid. Xie Agui almost jumped up, but the iron-head ape patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The Lord is joking. Hidden rats are not like ants and bees. They have a strict hierarchy and command system. And look at these hidden rats. They are not even as big as your thumb. How much brain matter can they have? How could they come up with such a clever trick? You have to know that most of these small animals are stupid. Xie Agui was just about to speak when the crackling sound from above suddenly stopped, followed by the rustling sound of the hidden rats moving quickly. Many of the hidden rats even jumped down from their nests at the top of the cave. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Sun Lang was surprised and happy. He said excitedly, Damn, damn, damn. My flag just now is already 3 times the fire of a man's wife. Kong Zhongwu had been observing the escape route with rapt attention. When he heard this, he said sternly, Now that the stone rain has stopped, run back. Go back the way we came and get out of this damn place. But before they could do anything, the hidden rats swarmed down and densely piled up at the entrance of the cave, blocking the way back. Sun Lang shouted, Idiot Kong, that damn flag of yours can be used for racing. He pushed his right hand up, and with a burst of strength, the sword chi flew out, and in an instant, the stone slab was shattered into countless pieces. The broken pieces rolled around and condensed into a dragon, whistling and flying like a tornado. In an instant, it went wild in the cave and tore countless hidden rats into pieces. But there were still rustling sounds coming from the stone walls. Who knew how many hidden rats were breaking through the mountain and rushing over? After releasing a full-screen attack, young hero Zhou glanced at the path he came from, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He stomped his feet helplessly and made a prompt decision. The path we came from is no longer safe. Instead of waiting for death, why don't we charge forward bravely and fight for a chance of survival? Comrades, let's charge. Xie Agui and the others were speechless as they looked at this fierce man with a face full of panic. You're acting so fake, huh? However, even if there were endless curses in their hearts that they wanted to spit out and endless resentment that they wanted to vent, when they saw Sun Lang jogging into the depths of the mine and heard the terrifying rustling sounds coming from behind them, they still shuddered and quickly followed him while feeling as if they were about to go mad. After all, no matter how this guy looked for trouble, it would always be safest to be by his side. The few of them kept running in the long cave, and the dissatisfied roars of the hidden rats could be heard from behind. The chase continued, but after all, this place was too big, and the few of them were martial arts experts, so they ran much faster than the hidden rats. So, they still left the group of little beasts far behind. Occasionally, a small group of hidden rats would scurry out of a small fork in the road or a small cave. Sun Lang didn't need to do anything. Xie Agui and the others casually grabbed stones from the stone walls and used their strength to send a large number of hidden rats flying. In particular, it was worth mentioning that in this special dungeon, Dan's sister-in-law's professional skills played a great role. Her cotton thread was unpredictable, and with the support of her internal strength and special control, it was easy to cut a human body, let alone a group of small rats. So, the small groups of rats they encountered along the way were all killed by her. But they still had to run. Xie Agui looked back as he ran, and saw a wave of black tide coming from afar. The surrounding stone walls also made rustling sounds, as if something was gnawing on them. He felt a chill in his heart and ran even faster. When the number of hidden rats reached a certain level, it was indeed enough to make up for the lack of quality. Just like the hidden rats, they were not even as big as his thumb. Not to mention him, even a child could be trampled to death. But what if thousands of hidden rats rushed over? A palm strike, a kick, and the strength of the fist wind could kill at most a few dozen hidden rats, and the rest would rush over. What should he do? If there were many ants, they could bite an elephant to death. Because even if an elephant was strong, it couldn't kill all the ants with its feet. He heard the sound of the tide behind him, and the fear in his heart grew stronger. If these things appeared on the surface, with their ability to spit stones and terrifying numbers, their destructive power would not be inferior to the plague of locusts. This kind of species that destroyed the balance of nature shouldn't appear in the world, so why did they appear? If the Five Savages Association could control them, why did they only use them to mine? The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Just when he was full of doubts, he heard Sun Lang suddenly laugh. Xiaogui thought that Sun Lang had thought of a way to defeat the enemy and asked excitedly, "My lord, why are you laughing?" Sun Lang was still full of smiles while running, and he didn't care about the plague of mad rats behind him at all. He said with a smile, "I'm laughing at those rats. After all, they are not intelligent enough. They either only know how to shoot bullets or they only know how to chase. If they were divided into two teams, one team would spray stones from behind, and the other team would chase us under the cover of the fire, then would we still be able to run so easily?" Xiaogui's first reaction was that what he said made sense, and his second thought was, F***ck, things are getting worse. Sure enough, not long after Sun Lang's voice fell, the squeaking of rats came from behind, and then there was the light sound of stones flying in the air. A pile of stones was like a flying shuttle, breaking through the air, and the large group of rats was still moving forward. F***ck. Your F***king mouth is so annoying that I want to throw you out. Xiaogui almost lost his mind and cursed, but he suddenly saw Kong Zhongwu suddenly raise his head and look at Sun Lang in disbelief, as if he had thought of something. He was first stunned, and then in a flash, a light flashed through his mind, illuminating the dark nothingness. Just now, Sun Lang had said two things, and they were both true. Not long after he finished speaking, the mad rats changed their tactics. It was simply a perfect example of saying something bad, and it happened. But how could there be such a ridiculous coincidence in this world? So, if all of this was not because of this fellow's mouth, then there was only one reasonable explanation. It wasn't because of what he said that caused the mad rats to change their tactics, but... He suddenly came to a realization and was about to shout when Sun Lang looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xiaogui immediately closed his mouth. At this moment, he understood the words of his lord. To make a fortune silently was to roar. Chapter 298. After vaguely understanding the meaning of Sun Lang's words, Xiaogui closed his mouth. There was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. If Sun Lang's mouth was not blessed, then the movement of the rats could only mean one thing. The rats were manipulated by the enemy, and the enemy was very subjective and had no sense of shame. He was a good boy who knew when he was wrong and would change. Obviously, he was also an idealist. Therefore, according to the flag set by Sun Lang, he was able to quickly adjust his tactics, make up for his shortcomings, and increase his combat efficiency. Then the question was, how did the enemy hear what Sun Lang said? He looked at the stone walls along the way, and the sound of sand and stone collapsing could be heard. The flying dust was scattered, and the hidden rats were constantly digging out the stones and crawling out. It seemed that there were hidden rats everywhere, and the enemy's eyes and ears were everywhere. If the enemy could rely on the hidden rats to transmit information, then it was not surprising that they could hear what Sun Lang said, but there was another possibility that was more likely. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at the farmer first. From the beginning until now, the farmer had not said a word. Even when he was surrounded and attacked by the hidden rats, he was still expressionless. It seemed that he had already accepted his fate. Shanxi's sister-in-law walked forward side by side with him, weaving cotton thread, sweeping away the hidden rats that suddenly appeared, and protecting him. Was it him? The possibility was very high. After all, this guy's position was very suspicious from the very beginning. When they were carrying out the mission, he was the one who was responsible for contacting the higher-up. When his companions complained and even had thoughts of rebelling, he was the one who earnestly persuaded them. Not long ago, he was completely exposed. Xie Ague lowered his eyes, blocking the murderous intent that burst out from his eyes. This guy had a clear distinction between love and hate. In essence, he was still a ruffian. Whoever was good to him, he did not know how to be grateful, but whoever was bad to him, he would repay 1,000 times. When he was in the stone room, his life was in the hands of the flying centipede, but the farmer did not help. This was enough for Xie Ague to chop him to death 10 times over. So he immediately secretly winked at Sun Lang with a look that said, "Madam, this person is a bastard, and he is working hard." It should be known that although the farmer was a bastard, his martial arts were really good. Xie Ague most likely could not take him down, and it would not look good for Shanxi's sister-in-law. But if he said a few words to provoke his lord's killing intent, then even if the farmer was born with 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to live. Sun Lang noticed the look he was giving him and nodded his head in realization. But before Xie Ague could show any joy on his face, he heard his lord shout, "That, brother farmer, Gui-chan said that you are a traitor and wants me to hack you to death. Are you a traitor or a loyal subject? Isn't this King embarrassing?" Xie Ague looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" My lord said 2 tactics in a row, and the rats immediately followed. Is it a coincidence? Someone must be secretly stirring up trouble. Apart from him, who else could be the most suspicious informant? Looking at everyone's eyes, the farmer smiled bitterly and said, "It's not me." Obviously, these 3 dry words could not wash away any suspicion. Xie Ague sneered, "What you say is what it is? You said before that you are on our side. What about now?" Shanxi's sister-in-law saw that the farmer did not defend himself and said anxiously, "It's not him. I have been by his side the whole time, and I didn't see him do anything suspicious. At this time, we should not fight among ourselves." "That's not right," Sun Lang said seriously. "Now I think that the farmer is very likely to be the traitor. Do you know why? If he is not the traitor, then we have wronged him. The enemy will definitely be happy to see this. In order to put the blame on the farmer and lead us to continue to wrongly accuse him, the enemy will order the rats to temporarily stop attacking to show that the farmer really has the ability to control the rats." Huh? Is it like this? Why do I feel that the logic in this is not very rigorous? There seems to be something wrong. After Xie Ague heard this, his face showed a blank expression. He felt that Sun Lang's words were too roundabout and did not make any sense. For a while, he couldn't understand. He wanted to raise an objection, but at this time, the rat's flying stone attack actually stopped. Even the sound of the rodent swarm moving forward became silent. The rodent swarm had stopped moving forward. In an instant, the noisy mine in the mountain fell into a strange silence. Even the few people stopped and looked at each other. Xie Ague and the others looked at each other in confusion, and then looked at the confused farmer. What is this situation? Amidst the silence, Sun Lang suddenly laughed out loud. You actually believed it?" Immediately after, the rats roared angrily again. As if they were expressing some kind of anger, these little bastards surged forward again like a tide, and their attacks were 3 times fiercer than before. Without saying a word, Sun Lang ran off, leaving behind a string of barbell-like laughter. Although Xie Ague and the others were completely at a loss, they still obediently ran after him. As they ran, they asked with a dumbfounded expression, "My lord, don't just laugh. What happened just now?" The ranger's face was smiling like a flower. "I just did a little trick and confirmed the identity of the mastermind controlling the rats. First of all, this enemy, although has the ability to control the rats, her brain is not very bright. Her tactics are inflexible and monotonous. Second, this person has no self-esteem as an expert. Even if the enemy points out the mistakes, she will quickly make up for it and improve. Third," he revealed a mysterious smile. "Third, she trusts me a lot and thinks that I am very resourceful and stupid. Otherwise, she would not have fallen for the evil trick just now." "Trust?" Xiaogui blinked and said in shock. "You know her?" Sun Lang laughed. "You know her too. Hey Xiandang. Where the F***ck did you run off to?" His voice echoed in the mine, but no one answered. The attacks of the rats became more and more intense. Sun Lang paused for a moment and shouted again, "Your master is very worried about you. Why did you run away? You didn't learn well and released rats to bite me. Do you think it's useful? When I played with shame and played with a perfect ending, you were probably still a fertilized egg." Still, no one answered. Sun Lang was not in a hurry and laughed. "You don't want to come out? It doesn't matter. Since your identity has been confirmed, this matter cannot be separated from your master. If you release rats, you might be able to kill these troublesome fellows, but can you kill me? Do you think you can trap me by driving me here?" He sneered twice and flashed to the end of the team. He took a deep breath and let out an earth-shattering roar, "Vas, Rhoda!" The sound of thunder was blown out, and the sound waves spread out. The sticky air was like a cannonball rolling up a blazing airflow. The earth-shattering power tore the air, colliding back and forth in the narrow tunnel, and the terrifying power trembled like thunder. Everyone knew that there was a level in the desert map of Diablo 2, Act 2, to fight the Sandworm Queen. In that kind of tunnel terrain with limited space, lightning and bone spears were simply impossible to deal with. It was the same here. At this time, the 6 of them had already kited a large number of monsters. Who knew how many rats were behind them, converging into a torrent of flesh and blood. At this time, they were directly hit by the unstoppable force. With their small bodies, how could they withstand the double damage of the sound wave and the physical attack? The boiling and surging rats seemed to be blocked by an invisible force. The irresistible force forcibly stopped their forward momentum and then pushed them back. The raging wind blades tore apart their fragile bodies, smearing their flesh and crushing their limbs. Although the hidden rats in the back managed to escape death, the roaring sound waves still easily killed them. Did you see that? This is called Dragon's Roar. Isn't it awesome? I'm asking you, isn't it awesome? Sun Lang said proudly, "I learned this from Greybeard at the world's throat. Now, in this world, only I know how to use it." Xiaogui whispered, "Except for the so-called Vas Rhoda, isn't this just an ordinary lion's roar? It's powerful because his internal energy is strong." Kong Zhongwu whispered, "It's because his internal energy is strong that he can call it whatever he wants. If your internal energy was strong enough, even if you called this move Motherf **Ker, I would still nod and say that it's a good name." Sun Lang was too lazy to pay attention to these two things. At this time, he was trying to establish a dialogue with He Xiandang. "Did you see that? I told you, your rats may be able to kill them, but they definitely can't kill me. You must be wondering how I'm going to get out of here. I can only say that you're too young. When I was digging for diamonds in the underground, I didn't have to remember the way back. When I had enough and wanted to go up, I only needed to pick up 2 sets of stones in my backpack and jump on the spot. Then, I would jump again and put more stones on the way up. Soon, I would reach the surface. Let me tell you, this move is called the Golden Swallow Technique. Ma Yu taught Guojing this move. That's why they climbed up the cliff like it was a game." Xiaogui listened to him and frowned. These words can't even fool a child. How can the other party believe it? I don't know if the enemy believes me or not. Kong Zhongwu looked down and said calmly, I only know that your master has already glanced over here. Do you think that with his skills, he wouldn't be able to hear what you said just now? F***ck. You tricked me? While they were bickering, the negotiation on Sun Lang's side seemed to have reached a stalemate. After all, after talking for so long, it was just Sun Lang's one-man show. Who could stand it? Anyway, Master Sun couldn't stand it. He sneered and said with a murderous tone, That's all I have to say. Although things have turned out this way, there is still room for redemption. If you take off your armor and surrender, and honestly tell us some things, the party and the government will definitely not make things difficult for you. You are still a good comrade who can be reformed, if not. His tone turned cold. I can't find where you are hiding. Later, I will go out and collapse this mountain and bury you inside. It's the same. I don't know what you are plotting. As long as I return to Lu Town and kill your master, it's the same. Just as he said this, not only did the farmer beside him suddenly change his expression, but the rats that had suffered heavy losses after being hit by the dragon roared angrily again. The undercurrent was turbulent, and the murderous intent was boiling. Facing all this, Sun Lang's expression was indifferent and calm, but he was greatly relieved. Damn, this stupid snake is still here. If I had talked a lot, she would have escaped. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Since He Xiandang was still listening, then it was easy. It was just a stupid snake, tricking it was as easy as blowing off dust. Sun Lang didn't even blink as he snorted. What? I said I wanted to kill your master and you're angry? Let me tell you, if you don't cooperate, your master will definitely die. So, the one who killed her is not me, but you who didn't want to cooperate with me. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and pretended to be surprised. Could it be that this is your purpose? You want to use me to get rid of your master. Have you betrayed her? He Xiandang with thick eyebrows and big eyes, you actually betrayed the revolution and became a traitor? Obviously, these words couldn't be tolerated. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard a familiar angry voice coming from the other end of the tunnel. Bah! Nonsense! Sun Lang's expression changed, and he was about to rush over. However, He Xiandang had been with Sun Lang for a while before, so she knew this guy's moral integrity and style. She immediately shouted, Don't move! If you dare to act rashly, then we'll break up and perish together. The ranger listened for a moment and knew that He Xiandang wasn't hiding nearby. Her voice was far and near. If she wasn't using a special method to transmit her voice, then she was constantly wandering in a secret passage. In short, it was very difficult to catch her alive. After all, it was difficult to determine her position now. As soon as he thought of this, Sun Lang immediately changed his expression and said hypocritically, What's the matter, Orochimaru? I haven't seen you for a few days, I miss you so much, I can't wait to see your face, ah, you little minx. Xiaogui's face showed an expression of wanting to vomit. He looked at Kong Zhongwu with a strange look. Damn it, when I went to the brothel and played with the girls inside, I was better at talking than you. So, do you know how to coax girls? Fortunately, Sun Lang couldn't read minds. Otherwise, at this moment, he would have slapped Xiaogui to death. At this moment, he was immersed in the fantasy of, if it weren't for the big bodyguard's strength, this Casanova would have achieved the achievement of killing 100 people. He heard He Xiandang say, Bah, shameless. No wonder the master told me not to listen to your flowery words. Sure enough, you showed your true colors. Sun Lang cried out in grievance. How can you slander my innocence out of thin air? When did I say flowery words? Your master certainly didn't say this. You must have deliberately made it up. You don't agree? If you don't agree, then let's go and confront your master together. Okay. Bullshit. He Xiandang was almost abducted. she impatiently said, "Don't try to trick me. I must do what the master ordered. If you don't want to die, then find me before you die and then kill me." "Master?" Sun Lang shook his head. "Which master is it?" He Xiandang's voice was a little hesitant. Then she shouted, "The master is the master! Looks like you do know." Sun Lang said coldly, "I thought that your master had a split personality. Perhaps you were like that too." After that B*TCH personality came out, she awakened the other you and sent you to carry out the mission. But now it seems that there's nothing wrong with your mind. In other words, you know about your master. He took a step forward and said firmly, "You clearly knew that there was another personality in Lu Shujian's body, but you kept this a secret and kept it a secret. Or rather, your master isn't Lu Shujian at all, but that crazy madman. You're not Lu Shujian's pet. You're a spy, a spy, a spy." "Nonsense!" He Xiandang screamed. "I didn't." Sun Lang smiled. "Didn't what? In the process of spying, did you develop feelings for Lu Shujian? Could it be that your real master didn't treat you well and only treated you as a tool, but Lu Shujian really treated you well and let you experience a warmth that you've never experienced before? So the throbbing in your heart and loyalty intertwined, making you feel helpless? Split personality, suspense and horror, a lesbian taboo, and F*King interracial. This script isn't bad." He Xiandang said sternly, "Stop talking. If you keep talking, I'll order the rats to attack immediately." "Coward!" Sun Lang said bluntly. "As expected, compared to your original master, you like the current Lu Shujian more. Although she looks like a fierce auntie, not even 30 years old, she's as strict as a 40 or 50-year-old virgin. Although she's such a person, she still has the compassion of a doctor and the kindness of a human. Under her cold exterior, there's a touching warmth. After experiencing it a few times, you won't forget it." He Xiandang screamed, "You're still talking." I'll talk. If you're not happy, come out and F*King bite me?" Sun Lang said proudly. "Coward! Do you hear me? You cowardly little demon! You like your master, don't you? Then F*CK her. F*CK her. Grind. Suck. Get on the machine. You don't even have the guts. Do you want her to die? If that B*TCH completely controls Lu Shujian's body, how can she survive? Do you want to watch her die? This kind of storm-like reprimand, this kind of impactful words, for an ignorant snake demon like He Xiandang, was really too high-level, too explosive. At this moment, she felt the blood in her entire body boiling. God damn it, snakes were cold-blooded animals. From this, it could be seen how chaotic her heart was at this moment. She shouted, "Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, I'm going to kill you." "Then come on." Sun Lang roared. "Come out, fight me face to face. I won't use internal force. I won't use martial arts. I'll use this body of flesh and blood to show you the glory of primates, and I'll make you cry just the same. Come, I'll keep my word. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on." Chapter 299. The moment He Xiandang took the bait, Sun Lang also showed a victorious smile. "Damn it, you can even deal with Su Xian, who has a mortal body. Do you think I can't do anything to you?" The next development of the plot was obvious. It was nothing more than the angry He Xiandang being dizzy, screaming and rushing out to fight with Sun Lang. Then her delusion of having a lesbian relationship with Lu Shujian was broken by Sun Lang's right hand. Her whole body was sore and weak, and she fell to the ground weakly, groaning. Then she could be captured with the pokeball. It was supposed to be like this. However, with a loud bang, a part of the stone wall suddenly exploded, and a huge tortoise, I mean the head of a snake, broke out of the wall, opened its bloody mouth, and breathed out a highly toxic breath, biting towards Sun Lang. Therefore, the power of health was only effective against female humanoid creatures. If animals could also be affected, it was too pitiful and too terrible. Chrysanthemum Spirit Zhuing had personally confirmed that the power of health was also effective against demons, but it was only effective in the humanoid form. As for the demon's original form, it obviously wouldn't work. Therefore, don't be fooled by Sun Lang's arrogance at the start. When the Black Profound Swing's true body came flying over, he instantly felt that the script was wrong. Fortunately, this guy's martial arts were high, and he managed to dodge in the nick of time. He shouted, F***CK, why didn't you follow the script? Hei Xiandang pounced on empty air, and nimbly coiled up her body. Her bright red tongue flickered incessantly as her heart-palpitating eyes stared motionlessly at Sun Lang. A dissatisfied voice came from her body. Didn't you say you wouldn't use martial arts? Sun Lang glanced at the big hole in the stone wall, and then he understood why he couldn't locate Hei Xiandang's specific position just now. It turned out that she had already made the hidden mouse open up holes in the stone wall, and then she was playing the greedy snake game inside. Her body slithered, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She was really cunning. Hei Xiandang saw that he didn't speak for a while and angrily swung her tail. I thought you were a good person. I didn't expect you to be a bad guy who doesn't keep your words. You actually lied to me. When Kong Zhongwu and the others saw the serpent, they were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. However, when they heard this, they almost rolled their eyes at the same time. Good guy. If he's a good person, then I'll be the Buddha of all families. You snake demon, you look so ferocious, but you're actually a fool. Therefore, if Sun Lang had deceived a smart person, he would definitely be extremely proud. However, the one who had been deceived was a foolish demon. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. He snorted twice. You were clearly in the wrong first. Why did he reveal his true form? Fight me in your human form. In your current state, I can't use it at all. This isn't a real duel. I don't understand what you're talking about, Hei Xiandang said unhappily. Perform what? Sun Lang didn't have the slightest sense of shame and said shamelessly, Of course it's the magic of love. I only need to fiddle with it a few times, and you'll lose all your fighting spirit. You'll abandon the darkness for the light, and your heart will be filled with love. No matter how stupid Hei Xiandang was, she could still sense the obvious malice in Sun Lang's words. She said sternly, Bah! You must be thinking of some evil idea. I don't believe you. Sun Lang rolled his eyes. This brainless child, you don't believe me, right? You don't believe me, right? Hei Xiandang made a classic cobra attack pose and said angrily, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Kong Zhongwu, Iron Head Ape, Farmer, Xiaogui and the others all sighed. Then, there was no then. It was a not very bright afternoon. In the underground mine that didn't see the light of day, there was a disaster of rats and demons. A few men who had been hurt before looked at the man who had hurt them with a sad face. He pressed a huge black python to the ground and beat it violently, as if he was beating a naughty child. In just a few minutes, Hei Xiandang was completely KO'd. She didn't even have the strength to move. Sun Lang was studying how to tie her body into a China knot. You bastard! She scolded weakly. Didn't we agree not to use martial arts? The ranger said proudly. Demons and ghosts are not my race. To deal with people like you, there's no need to talk about Jianghu justice. Also, who told you not to turn into a human? Damn it, you're still reasonable. He scolded and kicked Hei Xiandang. Get up, turn back into a human. Look at you, at such a young age, you're born black, thick and long, really undignified. Hei Xiandang couldn't accept such a failure. She still wanted to struggle. You. Kill me immediately. Otherwise I'll order the rats to attack. I'll eat all of you. All of you. Sun Lang slapped her head. You stupid child, do you want me to give you a menu? Something like salt and pepper snake soup, braised snake meat. He Xiandang trembled, but still stubbornly shouted, I'm not even afraid of death, why would I be afraid of this? The ranger nodded. You're not afraid, right? After I kill you, I'll go back and tell your master that not only did you not fulfill your mission at the critical moment, you even begged for mercy and sold out all her plans. You'll also say that she's a bad-tempered old woman who likes to suck up dirt and has a crush on young boys. I'll tell her that her loyal pet, He Xiandang, ran away after confessing its crimes and cursing its master. No one knows where it went. Sun Lang looked at the serpent and said with a smile, So, when the time comes, you will give up your life for your master. Until your death, you will have fulfilled your loyalty as a subject. However, your master does not know this. You'll die in this dark and damp cave, and your master will think that you're a disgraceful traitor, a coward who ran away, and will hate you for the rest of your life. He Xiandang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. You bullied me. You're bad. So bad. So bad. You humans are so bad. I'll tell my master. I'll tell her that you bullied me. Sun Lang's tone became incomparably gloomy. You'll have to be alive to go back. If you don't want to die, change back to your human form. What? You don't want to? Then I'll have to tell your master. No matter what, even if the other party was an enemy and a monster, this was too shameless. This was simply bullying a child. The onlookers stared dumbfoundedly as the black python changed back to its human form. It was the snake and scorpion beauty who had tricked them out of the house and quietly kidnapped them. At this moment, this monster didn't have her previous coquettish eyes and cold demeanor. Instead, she squatted on the ground like a little girl who had been bullied, covering her face and crying. And Sun Lang, this shameless guy, didn't have the self-awareness of bullying a child at all. All right, wait until you reunite with your master. Now you should save some water, or you won't have any left to drink later. It's not good for your body. Come, let me ask you, where's the leader of your 5 Savages Society? He Xiandang raised his head and sobbed. Leader? Who's the leader? Sun Lang narrowed his eyes. You don't know? Aren't you a member of the 5 Savages Society? He Xiandang blinked his somewhat red and swollen eyes and said with a dumbfounded expression, What's the 5 Savages Society? The ranger frowned and looked at Ironhead Ape. Ironhead Ape understood. It can't be wrong. The woman called Xianglin Saw in the stone room is the wolf woman. As for this, she should be the snake woman. Sun Lang muttered, but she didn't lie. Alright, I think I understand. Although she's a member of the 5 Savages Society, she doesn't know about this organization because she only listens to one person's orders from the beginning to the end and completes the tasks assigned by that person. As for the name of the organization, it doesn't matter at all. He glanced at He Xiandang. You brought Xia Gui and the others here, right? Is there anyone else in this underground room? He Xiandang shook his head. Only that crazy woman. We brought those people back together, and then she went off to do who knows what. Xia Agui and the others looked miserable, and a trace of throbbing and fear flashed in their eyes. The scene of Xianglin Saw's death appeared in their minds. It was an unforgettable nightmare, and also a nightmare that haunted them. Sun Lang thought for a moment and sighed. So that's how it is. It seems that Aunt Lu, or that bitch personality, is the leader of the 5 Savages Society. Xianglin Saw is both the wolf woman and a member of the 8 Distresses. The bitch personality ordered the snake woman and wolf woman to bring Xia Agui and the others back to the altar. Obviously, she wants to use the 8 Distresses to hold some sacrificial ceremony. In other words, the so-called person above, who created the 8 distresses and planned to make a big news, is undoubtedly her. And the strange movements in the herb garden and the terrifying flying centipede are obviously her doing. In the past few years there have been all kinds of strange things in Lu Town. From the destruction of the Lu family to the rise of Kong and Xie, the few of you who became masters in a short period of time, the flying centipede that parasitized human bodies, the 5 Savages Society that occupied the mine and secretly mined it, the monsters in the herb garden, and the destruction of the Zhao and He families. These scattered and seemingly unrelated things are actually related to each other. Behind these strange things, there is a rigorous purpose. The 5 Savages Society was to collect precious minerals. After the decline of the Lu family, the herb garden inexplicably became a paradise for some strange monsters. The flying centipede parasitized human bodies and could unknowingly replace people as parasites. Sun Lang looked at the few people present. Kong and Xie took advantage of the situation to rise and plundered even more wealth. The 8 distresses became masters and carried out many killing missions. Also, that altar of the demon race, you are obviously some kind of sacrificial offerings. Everything that the bitch personality does has a purpose. He finally looked at He Xiandang. Maybe we should talk? What do you know? It's about your master and your master. I have a feeling that the news this time may be bigger than I imagined. Chapter 300. Let's straighten things out from the beginning. First of all, after discovering that Master Lu had a split personality, Sun Lang concluded that the bitcha personality must be up to something big, and seemed to be a lunatic. However, this bitcha personality had been sealed back into Lu Shujian's body by Sun Lang's love magic, and part of Master Lu's memory was erased. If she was forcibly summoned and forced to confess again, God knows if she would turn Lu Shujian into, or even. Therefore, for the safety of his comrades, Sun Lang decided to start from another route to search for information and clues. He fixed his eyes on the 5 Savages Society, because he faintly realized that the so-called 5 Savages Society had something to do with the intertwined major events in Lu Town. In that case, it might not be a bad idea to raid the 5 Savages Society, catch their leader, and interrogate them for relevant clues. Therefore, they relied on righteous means and bravery to kill their way into Zhuji Mountain, the headquarters of the 5 Savages Society, but unexpectedly found Xie Ague and the others who had been kidnapped. However, Xiang Lin saw, the wolf woman, had committed suicide, which led to a greater mystery of the monster clan's altar, and faintly pointed out the significance and value of the existence of Xie Ague and the others. They went deep underground, found a huge mine and a terrifying nest of hidden rats, and defeated Orochimaru and He Xiandang with fair skills and hot-blooded willpower. They also used their unparalleled eloquence and righteous spirit to influence the enemy and take her in as a partner. At this point, all the mysteries were solved. But what was more annoying was that in the end, the leader of the 5 Savages Society turned out to be a bitcha personality. In other words, Sun Lang touched his chin and sighed. This trip has no value or harvest at all. It's better not to come. Xie Ague and the others, who had no value at all, entered the aggrieved mode and wanted to cry. The progress on He Xiandang's side was also very difficult. The most fatal point was that this silly snake was too stupid and extremely obedient. She would do whatever her master asked her to do, and never ask the cause and effect, so she knew very little information and clues. Sun Lang asked for a while, but he couldn't get the gist of it. He frowned and said, "Tisk, do we still have to go back and directly interrogate the bitcha personality? Sigh, I really can't bear it, I really can't bear it." Although Orochimaru was stupid, he still had basic IQ and intuition. Hearing this, he jumped up and shouted, "You are not allowed to hurt my master. Otherwise, I'll fight it out with you." Sun Lang said angrily, "What do you mean by harm? Wasn't it said that if there was no trade, there would be no killing? There was no deal between us at all, so why would I hurt her? I just used the magic of love to make her feel the light and beauty of the world, to adjust her endocrine disorder caused by being single for many years, and to make her feel the warmth of the party and the government, so that she would be willing to become our partner. He Xiandang was confused, but seeing Sun Lang's solemn expression, he hesitated and asked, "Is that so?" "Nonsense." Sun Lang snorted. In those Japanese SLG games that only mature adults can play, the male protagonists use love and gentleness to influence the defeated female enemies and make them join our army. Even if you say so, I'm still worried about my master. He Xiandang glared at Sun Lang. You are so fierce, you don't keep your words, and you like to bully people. If my master falls into your hands, she will definitely. Sun Lang rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense, your master is more capable than you think. Not to mention other things, those hidden mice should be your master's creation. If such a terrible thing is released, the consequences will be no less than the plague of locusts. Even if the entire cat planet is mobilized, it will be useless." He Xiandang blinked and shook his head. These hidden mice were not cultivated by my master. The ranger's eyes moved. Who is it then? Orochimaru replied matter-of-factly, "It's Agata." This name also seems to have a subtle sense of déjà vu, Sun Lang said with a subtle expression. It sounds like she's in a base-like character. Where is she now? He Xiandang blinked his eyes and said very innocently, "In this cave?" Sun Lang was stunned at first, then suddenly said, "I just asked you if there was anyone else in this cave. You said it was Xianglin Sa, that crazy woman. Why is there another one now?" The snake monster said with a wronged face, "You are talking about other people. Agata is no longer human. How dare you play this kind of word game with me?" Sun Lang snorted. "Hurry up and bring me to her. You long worm, if she takes advantage of the chaos and runs away, I'll let you have a taste of my 1,000-leaf hands of great compassion and great sorrow, don't worry." At this point, a strange color flashed across He Xiandang's face, and he whispered, "Agata can't run away." Sun Lang looked back at the 5 followers who were playing small roles. "We are going to fight the final boss, and you guys are here to be doormen? Anyway, you guys are in the way. Even if you go there, you will be dead." Xie Ague looked around and his face was panicked. The rats had just been dispersed by He Xiandang, but they could still hear the occasional roar of the hidden rat. There were also scratches and bite marks on the stone walls. In this dark place, who knew what would jump out at the next moment? He shivered and stood firm. This little one is willing to be at your beck and call, even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Sun Lang nodded his head. "You are right. We also need a few scouts. Let's go together. This grandpa will lead you into an instant's dungeon. Don't look so unwilling." "If my guess is correct," the ranger smiled and slowly said, "whether it's these hidden rats, the terrifying flying centipedes, or even the dancing demons in the herb garden, all of these may have something to do with Long Bass. Do you know what this means? This means that the nightmares that plague you, the fates that you don't dare to face, will all be answered by this person." The remaining 4 of the 8 distresses' faces changed abruptly. The blood drained from their faces, and fear and hesitation flashed in their eyes. Even their bodies trembled slightly. Anger and fear coexisted in their hearts. In fact, they already knew what had happened to them, and what terrible fate they might encounter, but they still passively avoided it. They did not dare to face it, did not dare to think about it. Damn it, let's do it! What are you afraid of? Is being afraid going to solve the problem? Xie Ague's face hardened, and the desperation of a ruffian returned to him. He was originally an idler who had nothing. He was particular about dying, so he was not afraid of anything. He shouted, living in fear all day long, Who knows when a giant centipede will suddenly drill out of your body? You can't eat well, you can't drink well, and you can't live well. It's better to take a gamble. Worst comes to worst, I'll just come here naked and leave naked. The farmer's face was blank. Sister-in-law Dan had no idea. Kong Zhongwu's heart was heavy. He thought too much. At this time, he was weighing the pros and cons. He could not make up his mind. After all, it was a matter of life and death. But Xie Ague did not care so much. He looked at Sun Lang, knelt down again, and said loudly, "My lord, a few years ago Xie Ague was just a useless ruffian. I couldn't do any work, had no land, and had no ability. Everyone could bully me, and everyone could laugh at me. In their eyes I was just a joke, a punching bag. This group of filthy people were wronged by the landlord and the master. They did not dare to resist, but vented their anger on people who were weaker than them. Xie Ague will never look down on such people in my life." As he said this, a pleased expression appeared on his face. "So, when I became rich and saw their faces that were a mixture of fear and flattery, I couldn't even begin to describe how happy I felt. I liked to tell them about how they bullied me in the past. Looking at their panicked faces, looking at their frightened faces, I vented all my resentment at that time. I also realized the ruthlessness in my heart that year. Xie Ague have lived for a few years, and it's already worth it." He kowtowed heavily 3 times. "I don't want to hide it from my lord. I serve you as my lord because I want to live. This world is so wonderful, there are so many riches waiting for me to plunder, so many hypocritical and despicable people waiting for me to bully, and so many heartless masters waiting for me to mess with them. Although I have lived long enough, but I haven't lived long enough. But before I fight for my life, there is one thing that I want my lord to help me with." Sun Lang said with a smile, "Just based on what you just said, let me hear it." Xie Ague straightened his body, looked at Sun Lang and said loudly, "I have a grievance in my heart and I can't let it go. That person treated us like livestock, and planted flying centipedes in our bodies to absorb the essence of our flesh, and raised us as sacrifices. When I agreed to that deal, what I sold was my loyalty, not my dignity and soul. This hatred must be avenged. Today, I will take this opportunity to make things clear with that Achong. My lord, please help me." The ranger was silent for a moment, as if he had thought of something. Then, he nodded and said, "That makes sense. I'll uphold justice for you. Younggoe, you're very good. People have dignity, not animals. No one can mess around." He seemed to be in a bad mood and ignored the others. He turned to look at He Xiandang. "Lead the way, follow me." Although the ranger's tone was light, it had a majesty that could not be disobeyed. Although the others did not understand, they could not help but follow. Maybe they had the same idea as Xie Ague, but they did not have the courage of Xie Ague. Kong Zhongwu and Xie Ague walked side by side. Looking at the unconcealable joy on his companion's face, Kong Zhongwu felt a little complicated. This guy seemed to have found a rather thick thigh. He said in a low voice, "Your lord seems to think highly of you. He is actually so easy to talk to." Xie Ague lowered his voice and said with a smile, "Maybe our personalities are very similar." Kong Zhongwu raised his head and looked at Sun Lang's back in front of him and muttered, "Very similar?" Chapter 301. Ding. Battle successful. You have captured Snake Demon He Xiandang. Ding. Discovered storyline character. Please talk to him to continue the main mission. Ding. You have used the skills kind preaching and protagonist's gentleness on Snake Demon He Xiandang. Ding. Persuasion successful. Snake Demon was touched. Favorability increased. Hidden storyline unlocked. Ding. You have unlocked a new mission. Where is the mother of the magical animal? Ding. Mission objective. Find Ajong. Were you mumbling something strange just now? You must be mistaken. Sun Lang laughed and looked around. I just feel that, after building a mine here, they actually built a biological research institute. This plan is really... Oh right, that Ah Zhang, how much do you know about her? What does she look like? How much blood does she have? What is her ultimate move? Does she know how to transform? I don't know. He Xian Dang answered directly. I don't really like her. It's just that master asked me to do something. That's why I met her. She always says strange things, and she looks very ugly. For a snake to say that he was ugly. These people followed He Xian Dang to the bottom of the mountain. These people were all highly skilled in martial arts and had sharp senses. The further down they went, the more uneasy they felt in their hearts. It was as if in the darkness, there were some filthy things that were watching them coldly. Xia Agui's heart trembled. He whispered, "Master, be careful. The resentment and evil thoughts here are very strong. I'm afraid there are many vengeful spirits here. This is a very evil place. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Although martial artists like us are full of vigor and evil can't get close to us, ghosts and vengeful spirits are still elusive and unpredictable. We still need monks and Taoists to capture them." Sun Lang smiled. He raised the fire qilin in his hand. "Don't be afraid. I have a gun." Xia Gui shook his head. "No matter how powerful this gun is, it can only kill things with physical form. How can it hurt vengeful spirits? Moreover, this thing has a straight trajectory. It's not as useful as a hidden weapon when it comes to an expert." The ranger snorted. "You are still naive. You need to look at things with the eyes of the times. Can't guns deal with evil spirits? Let's not talk about other things. During the war back then, I once suggested the Ministry of Works to develop a type of Gatling gun for the monks of Prajna Temple. The bullets it shoots out contain the power of Vajra Buddha. Dealing with evil creatures is as easy as beating up a grandson. Let me tell you, if the Alliance had this back then, the Scourge army would have been finished." When he said this, his face showed a look of pity. But those bald thieves didn't know how to appreciate good intentions and firmly refused. It was really unreasonable. Well, actually, I can understand a little. After all, it's said that one rotation of the prayer wheel is equivalent to reading a scripture to Buddha. Rotating the barrel at a firing rate of thousands of rounds per second is like launching a DDoS attack on Buddha. Wouldn't it be awkward if Buddha got impatient and raised his hand to hit you? Today, Xiaogui also didn't understand what Sun Lang was talking about. He only inwardly curled his lips. This lord was good at everything, but he was bragging again. What Sanskrit temple, what Ministry of Works, what war? Saying it like he was a high-ranking officer in the army during the Tian-Yuan War. At this time, He Xian Dang showed a look of disgust and said in a low voice, "We're almost there." At the same time, the other people's expressions changed. They felt a strong smell of blood and a disgusting aura coming at them. As creatures, they instinctively felt a sense of disgust and rejection. They rejected the thing below and the surrounding environment. Their hearts became more and more uneasy. There was definitely something terrifying hidden inside. Without needing Sun Lang's instructions, they all took out their weapons and assumed a defensive posture. However, the ranger didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He nodded repeatedly. "Interesting, interesting. I smell something I haven't smelled in a long time. Broken corpses, unwilling souls, large amounts of death, large amounts of blood. Good, He Xiandang, you didn't lie to me. There really is a large biological research institute here." He took the lead and walked in with the fire qilin in hand. He shouted loudly, "Hey, is there anyone? We're here to farm equipment and experience. May I ask if you have any good drops? Will you give us stones?" What the hell was going on? Xiaogui's body was already tense. Although he spoke very decisively, he couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. What he was most afraid of was that the flying centipede in his body would suddenly wake up and Sun Lang wouldn't be able to save him in time. However, at this moment, he obviously couldn't care less. Therefore, he took a few steps forward and came to Sun Lang's side. Then, he shouted, "Come out! Do you recognize me?" Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a faint sigh came from the darkness. "I recognize you, of course I recognize you. Your name is Xia Ague, right? Back then, I was the one who personally implanted the source egg into your body and transformed your martial bones. Now, you're a little stronger than I expected. Good, you're a hard-working child. No wonder Miss chose you." Xia Ague first felt all the hair on his body stand on end. It was one thing to think about it, but another thing to hear it from the mouth of the person involved. However, after a brief moment of fear, he laughed coldly. Good, he said sternly, "It's me. I'm here. You treated us like animals and raised us as sacrifices. Have you ever thought that this day would come? Show me what you've got." "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. I didn't receive the order to kill you, but since you're here, I'll help Miss settle some things. And, since you're alive, does that mean the Black King has already failed? Oh, my little snake, you're here." The eyes in the darkness seemed to see He Xiandang. "You little rascal, you actually betrayed Miss? It's not your fault. You're an idiot. However, you have to be punished for your mistakes. Who's the person beside you?" Sun Lang took a step forward and said proudly, "Call me young master." In the darkness, Ah Chong was silent for a moment, as if thinking about something. She muttered to herself, "You're very strong, so strong that I can't imagine it. I've never seen someone like you. Maybe this is a chance. Black King, did you bring him here? Did you also?" At first, the creature in the darkness carried a faint but unwavering killing intent, but after she saw Sun Lang, she quickly changed her mind. A moment later, her low voice echoed in the air. "Pardon my rudeness, honorable guest. I think, before we fight, we can talk about some things that you might be interested in. I have a suggestion." Chapter 302. I have a suggestion. That was what Elder Bass said. Sun Lang immediately took out a small mirror from his pocket and began to look at himself. As he looked, he muttered to himself, "Damn, have I become more handsome recently? Why is everyone trying to reason with me now?" Everyone pretended not to hear him and remained silent. The ranger sighed. "Damn, I miss the cow spirit. It's always good to have someone to complain to. Don't talk about it. Who knows if you're thinking of some dirty deal? Come on, you hack dog, I'm going to tear down your base." His mood suddenly turned bad, and he shook his head like a rattled drum. "Aren't you trying to reason with me because of my high martial arts?" Xia Ague, on the other hand, was anxious. Zhang's words just now had confirmed that she was definitely related to the flying centipede. In other words, the fate of the 8 distresses, the nightmare that haunted them, perhaps only this Zhang had a way to resolve it. Sun Lang was so fierce. If he beat Zhang into a pile of minced meat, where would he go to cry to? Thinking of this, he advised Sun Lang, "My lord, you have to think of it this way. Didn't you train so hard to be able to reason with this kind of idiot?" Sun Lang blinked and looked at Xia Ague. "What you said makes sense. I didn't expect you to be so zen." That's right. Xia Ague smiled. "Let's see what this old woman has to say. If she dares to play tricks, my lord can just kill her. There's no loss. My lord, if you want to find that woman surnamed Lu, you have to know both yourself and the enemy. This Ah Chong is obviously that woman's henchman, so she must know something." Seeing that Sun Lang had no intention to object, Xia Ague sighed in relief. He then said loudly, "That woman, what do you want to say? Also, show your true self while it's still early. Don't be so secretive." I haven't looked in the mirror for a long time, and I don't want to see how I look now. The faint voice sighed. But if I don't show myself, I'm afraid it's not sincere. If you don't mind, please continue forward. This old body can't move, so I'll wait here. Everyone traded glances. Sun Lang was naturally unconcerned, while Xia Ague had already made up his mind to confront Ah Chang face to face. Still, Kong Zhongwu and the Ironhead Ape looked worried, with Dumbo musing, "Be careful, we're in the belly of the mountain, and the enemy's lair has been operating for a long time. Even if she's not as strong as us in martial arts, we wouldn't be able to stop her if she uses any tricks or traps, such as blowing up the passageway or releasing poisonous fumes." Xiaogui rolled his eyes and said in annoyance, "You're such a rash dummy, Kong. You cherish your body when you're doing great things, and you're always scheming. You heard that, didn't you? We've all been implanted with flying centipede eggs, and we don't know when they'll pop out. Even if we manage to escape, what's the point? We still have to live in fear. Since things have come to this, we might as well do our best to push forward and fight for a way out, and get that old hag to tell us how to get out of it." Kong Zhongwu laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Everyone understood that logic, but who could be calm when it came to their own lives? Only a scoundrel like Xia Ague could be so ruthless. He looked up at Sun Lang to find that the man was still wearing an unconcerned and nonchalant expression, which sent a chill down Dumbo Kong's spine for no reason. "Old Xia, I'm afraid that this fellow is completely different from you. You're cynical and filled with rage. Once you've gained power, you'd go berserk and seek vengeance against those who've hurt you, even risking your own life to fight back. You might think that he's like you, but the key problem is, from the beginning until now, no matter if he agreed to help you or look for clues, this person has never cared about our lives. He has completely treated this as a game. Even if you and I die, he won't be moved at all. The most terrifying thing is that he doesn't treat our lives as ants. He treats them as air." The uneasiness in Kong Zhongwu's heart slowly spread. Still, there was no better way to deal with such a situation, and he could only sigh that fate was not in their control. Perhaps everything was destined after they agreed to that deal that changed their lives. Sun Lang's will was the only will in this little party. Once he decided on something, no one else could defy him, unless they were tired of living. Therefore, they kept moving forward, following Ah Zhang's guidance as they ventured deeper into the gloom. The air around them was getting thicker and thicker, emanating an unusual aura that made everyone feel even more uneasy. When they arrived in front of a plain stone wall, Ah Zhang sighed quietly. "We're here." The stone wall rumbled as it opened up, and it turned out to be a machine door. A green fluorescent light shot in through the gap of the door, from a thread to a hole pat. The fluorescent light shone in the dark underground, and following that was a nauseating smell. The few of them squinted their eyes, and got used to the faint fluorescent light. When they saw clearly what was behind the door, their faces changed. Even if they were already brilliant martial artists who had experienced a large number of massacres and were accustomed to death, at this time, they still couldn't control the tumbling of their stomach. With a whoosh sound, they vomited. This was a terrifying scene that had already surpassed the knowledge of martial artists. It was enough to construct a terrifying nightmare. A patch of green, yellowish-green, and purplish-black, all those disgusting colors that could cause a human to feel repulsed, formed a sealed world. The rotten stench and the pungent stench assaulted their senses, to the point that they started to doubt if there was any air that could be breathed, and if humans could survive in such a place. And what made them feel even more disgusted and fearful were those twisted, deformed bodies. In the dark green pond, transparent spheres that looked like eggs floated, and within them floated life forms that had yet to take shape. Hanging from the ceiling of the cave were human corpses, and within the pale corpses, there was a blob of living things, beating and swelling like a heart. who knew how many evil lives were growing and nurturing within it. The surrounding people probably would never have thought that in such a peaceful and remote mountain there was actually such a evil hidden within. They cast a gaze that was mixed with fear and anger towards the person soaking in the pond. Or it could be said that they could no longer be called a person, they were terrifying deformed monsters. A monster whose body was incomparably bloated, her skin was already torn, and her blood vessels were swollen. Her entire body was dyed green, and only her face could barely be seen as a human. She looked so ugly that after the few of them had just finished vomiting, their stomachs began to churn again when they saw her. Her appearance was so shocking that even He Xiandang, the snake demon, could not help but avert his gaze, not looking at her directly. Only one person, still used the gaze of one looking at a rare boss to size up this person. I feel like if I kill you, you'll drop a lot of amazing things. That monster, or Ah Chong, her body had already changed. Her arms had become extremely thick, and her 10 fingers had become nimble and slender tentacles. Her vocal cords had already lost their function, and she was relying on the vibrations of some organ in her body to speak. She slowly said, "In all these years, you are the second person who can look at me with such calmness. When others see me, they either vomit in disgust or scream in fear." She used her already large and protruding eyeballs to glare at Sun Lang. "When you see me, what are you thinking?" Sun Lang was an honest and trustworthy child who had been praised by his teachers and parents since he was young. Of course, he would say what he said. He looked at Ah Zhang solemnly. "I was thinking, you must have not had sex for a long time. Pohahaha, so pitiful. Look at you, ha 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 ha." He held his stomach, pointed at Ah Chang, and mocked her mercilessly. "What a strange person. Even though you're obviously lying, I can't tell what you're really thinking. You're very powerful, so you don't need to be afraid of me. So, when you see me like this, you should be filled with murderous intent, but you don't." She looked at Sun Lang with confusion. "When a normal person sees me, they will immediately be filled with hostility and disgust. Who are you?" Sun Lang said seriously, "That's just the prejudice of the world. Trust me, you're equal to humans. I mean, you're both ugly and deserving of death, so there's no need to treat you differently. So, be confident. I actually don't know how to interact with you anymore." Ah Chang was silent for a moment before saying lightly, "Then, let's get back to the topic. You must have a lot of questions to ask me, of course." Sun Lang said straightforwardly, "First of all, since I'm already here, that means your life is already in my hands. I think you're already aware of this matter. If you didn't call us here to perish together with us, then you must have a favor to ask of me." He walked into the vast space that was filled with poisonous gas and strange things. As he moved forward, the thick green fog seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, dispersing like a tornado and opening up a clear space. Ah Chang said calmly, "Indeed, my heart is beating faster, my body is trembling, and my brain is even more excited. Without a doubt, I'm facing an unprecedented threat to my life. You're stronger than I thought. If that's the case, I'm much more relieved. All right, let's not keep people in suspense. I'm not used to having others lead the conversation, so now I'll ask and you'll answer." Sun Lang said firmly, "You said that only 2 people remained calm after seeing you. Which Lu Shuzhen was the first?" "You're very clever," Ah Chang said, "just as you guessed. The cruel one." "Cruel?" Sun Lang looked at the dead bodies around him. He chuckled. "How many human specimens have you used to conduct biological experiments here? The servants of this bamboo mountain are all here as well. Don't you think the word cruel, coming from your mouth, is a bit funny?" Ah Chang was surprisingly cultured. He asked, "Is it funny? Then let me ask you, helping a tiger do evil, is the tiger more despicable or the helper more despicable?" Sun Lang nodded with surprise. good question. That's an interesting idiom. You're saying that you were forced to do these things because you had no other choice? That's right. I used to be a human, but I ended up like this. I even did something like this. By human standards, I've already committed an unforgivable crime. If there comes a day when I have to pay the price for what I've done, I'll gladly accept it. She stretched her bloated body and smiled bitterly. I'm not lying. I used to be a human, but I ended up like this. I'm neither human nor ghost. There's no place for me in this world. Tell me, do you think I'm still afraid of death? Although the few of them were filled with disgust and fear towards Ah Zhang, but when they heard this, they all nodded their heads in agreement. If they were to turn into a ghost like this, then they would have nothing left to do. Since they would never be able to turn into a human again, they would never be able to live freely in this world. What was there to be afraid of? But Sun Lang's way of thinking was different from normal people. He always keenly grasped the main point of the question. Since you feel that there's nothing left to live for and you're not afraid of death, then why don't you commit suicide? Ah Chang's already deformed face actually revealed an expression that did not match her face at all. There was gentleness, pity, and gentleness. Her voice also became softer as she said warmly, "If I die in this world, there will be no one who cares about that child anymore." The farmer's expression changed slightly. Sun Lang's face showed an "oh" expression. Go on. You seem to already know. That child, Lu Shuzhen, I watched her grow up. I was her nanny. She was a good child. Smart, obedient, sensible. She would throw tantrums occasionally, but she was still a good child. Ah Chang's tone was gentle as if she was immersed in a beautiful memory. The farmer suddenly said in shock, "Ah Chang. You're that Ah Chang? Mama Chang?" Ah Chang looked at the farmer with a strange gaze. "Yes, run to. Poor child, to become like this. When you were young, I even carried you, but after all, you're still." When she said this, she stopped and looked at Sun Lang again. She continued, "She has always been a very good child, but unfortunately she is a girl. If she was a man, she would definitely be favored by the old master. Maybe she would be in charge of the Lu family now, and bring the family business to greater heights. Unfortunately, she's a girl. In this world, just by being born with the wrong body, there are two different fates." Ah Chang sighed. The old master treated her very badly. He was very strict with her. He didn't allow her to study, he didn't allow her to study medicine, he didn't allow her to do anything. He only wanted to find a good family for her and marry her off. The young miss was a person with her own opinions. She didn't want to marry, so she ran away secretly. The old master was very angry and said that he would cut off all ties with her and treat her as if he didn't have this daughter. At that time, there was still a war. There was no news of the young miss for a few years. Later, the news came back. It said that the young miss joined the army and became a famous doctor in the army. It was said that she saved the lives of many generals. Along with the news, there were rewards and rewards from the imperial court. The Lu family became rich all of a sudden, so the old master changed his attitude. The young miss who rebelled and left home became a heroine in the family. She sent sincere letters to the army one after another. And every time, she did it with great fanfare. She was afraid that Lu Town didn't know that the Lu family had a heroine of Tianyuan. Finally, one day, the young miss who had left home for several years finally came back to visit her family. I still remember that day. The herb garden was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Everyone in Lu Town turned out. The young miss came back with honor and power. Everyone was looking forward to the young miss' return with honor and rewards. They hoped that the young miss would bring the whole family to the top. But on that day, I found that the young miss had become another person. Chapter 303. When he talked about the past, Ah Zhang's tone became gentle and full of emotions. The world was unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, the tall building and prosperous family business had withered away. The farmer's eyes flickered and he sighed softly. Zhang said softly, "I still remember that day. The entire herb garden was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Our relatives from all over the place were waiting for us. Everyone in Lu Town came to see the heavenly Yuan heroine. She was the one who brought honor to the family. She had to leave her name in the genealogy and history books. Even the old master had to force a smile. Sun Lang did not lament about the rise and fall of the family. When he heard that, he said, "It's human nature. Country bumpkins are just ignorant." The family that had made the marriage proposal had shamelessly come knocking on the door, wanting to continue their relationship. However, before they could even meet the first young mistress, they were chased out of the door by a few young masters and thrown into the Xianhuan River. Everyone was discussing in private that the first young mistress was the only one who could decide on her marriage. The other young mistresses were extremely envious. The ranger exclaimed, "That's amazing. It's actually an annulment. Speaking of which, did you guys go and ask if that good-for-nothing picked up anything strange?" "That was something that happened later." Zhang pointed back with one of his tentacles. "Their whole family has been hanging there for years. Goodness, goodness. It's a sin, a sin." Sun Lang was stunned for a moment, then he blushed and said, "I feel like it's my fault. I told her too many stories that I shouldn't have told her." Zhang did not understand and continued, "Everyone is saying that young mistress has really become rich. Now that she's a female official, it's as if she's on a pedestal. Whenever she goes out, she'll be accompanied by a huge sedan chair. Let alone getting married, even if she doesn't get married for the rest of her life and keeps gigolos, no one will dare to stop her." Sun Lang was furious. T. If she keeps gigolos, I'll drown her in a pig's cage. She's rebelling." Chang waved his tentacles and said in resignation, "Can you listen to me first and not interrupt me?" "Motherf *Ker, what are you talking about? You're shameless." Sun Lang said angrily. "Who interrupted you?" Among the people at the back, Kong Zhongwu was a virgin that was about to expire, the farmer was inarticulate, and fourth sister-in-law Dan was shy and introverted, so she couldn't understand what he was saying. However, the iron-headed ape and Xia Ague were essentially hooligans, so they naturally understood this dirty joke. They tried their best to hold back their laughter and turned their heads to the side. This lord, why did he always make very serious things so funny? Although Chang didn't know what he was talking about, she knew that if she continued to pester him, she wouldn't be able to finish what she wanted to say for the rest of the day. She sighed and sped up. "Where was I? Oh, that year when First Miss returned home, it was really lively. The 3 elders came to congratulate her, and the 5 parties celebrated. The officials in the county, the old master of Qianhang Prefecture, and even the officials in Suizhou City all sent gifts. The old master's mission in this life was to bring honor to the family. Unfortunately, this long-cherished wish was fulfilled by the daughter he never liked. It really made him have mixed feelings, but no matter what, he had to squeeze out a smile and talk with her peacefully. On the day First Miss came back, almost everyone was smiling at her. She was just like before, cold and didn't like to smile, but she was polite to everyone. Her answers and etiquette were all methodical and never out of shape. Actually, everyone in the family was sweating. They were afraid that she would remember the discord in the past and give the family a hard time. At this time, when they saw that First Miss still cared about the past and smiled at the past, they slowly relaxed and became closer to her. They all praised First Miss for being sensible and promising at a young age. They all hoped that she would be able to achieve the Tao and that she would be able to benefit from the halo of Tianyuan martial merit, but they were all wrong. They would never have thought that not only did First Miss, who had left home for many years, come back with a cruel and terrifying avenger. She brought anger and curses to the family, Speaking of this, her bloated and disgusting body kept trembling. Her fat lumps trembled as if she was recalling a terrible nightmare. I was her nanny. I took care of her since she was a child. She used to be a naive and lively girl. Her thoughts were written all over her face. She was very cute. But later, when she grew up, the old master's control over her became tighter, so she became cold and alienated from me. But that time when she came back, she still asked me to take care of her. I was very happy and thought that she was nostalgic. But in fact, I was wrong, very wrong. After she came back home, she lived in her embroidery building. It's funny. After she ran away from home, the angry old master said that he would cut off the relationship with her and ordered people to raise First Mrs. Embroidery Building to the ground to show that he would never recognize her as his daughter. There was no place for her in the Liu family. But when the news that First Miss was in the army came back, the old master panicked and rebuilt the embroidery building as fast as he could. He also asked us, who had served First Miss, to recall the details and build it exactly the same so that First Miss would not notice any clues. But how could it be built exactly the same? On the first day, First Miss saw a clue. That day I was carrying her favorite tangerine and wanted to give it to her. Then, I saw. Her tone was shaken. That memory must have left a deep impression on her. Even now, she still couldn't forget it. I saw First Miss, who was supposed to be distant, smiling and dignified, like a little girl, lightly jumping, running, and even lying under the bed and rummaging around her room. When she heard my voice, she turned around and smiled at me. She asked me, "Mother, where is my classic of mountains and seas?" I haven't seen that smile since she came of age. When she smiled, it was just like when she was at her most lively, adorable, and carefree age. I accidentally knocked Fuju to the ground, but she acted as if she didn't see it. She was still smiling as she approached me and asked, "Ah Ma, where is my classic of mountains and seas?" "The classic of mountains and seas that you bought for me, the one with the picture on it?" How should I answer her? The embroidery building that year has been razed to the ground. All the clothes and utensils of eldest Miss since she was young, as well as the treasures she had accumulated, have all been burned by Master. Although he tried his best to restore them later, who would remember those things? Later, everyone said that First Miss could not remember those things from when she was young, so it did not matter. But First Miss still remembered. Even if she forgot everything from when she was young, she could not forget the 3 humming scriptures I bought for her. I was just about to say a few words to fool her. She smiled and approached me. Her smile was so beautiful, but I broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know why, but my legs were shaking. She said, "Mother, you killed my hidden mouse. I hate you very much. Later, you bought me the classic of mountains and seas. I used a lot of effort to forgive you. Now that the classic of mountains and seas is gone, where is the hidden mouse?" Sigh, the hidden mouse. I accidentally kicked her hidden mouse to death. This child thought that I did it on purpose because her father was disciplining her and did not allow her to play this and that. She must have thought that I was in cahoots with her father and killed her hidden mouse so that she could obediently study, learn needlework, and become a First Miss. At that time, I did not think so much. I was scared. Although First Miss' smile was beautiful, I did not know why, but I was scared. She smiled and said to me, she said, "It's okay, Ah Zhang, I am a good child. If the classic of mountains and seas is gone, I will make a new one. If the hidden mouse is dead, we will raise more hidden mice. Ah Zhang, what do you think?" Everyone who had been quietly watching from the sidelines suddenly paled. They looked at Ah Zhang, who was soaking in the pool, neither human nor ghost. Then, they thought of the shocking number of ferocious and wild hidden rats. How could they not guess what had happened? Especially the farmer. His teeth were chattering, clattering up and down. It was obvious that he was terrified to the extreme. He even changed from his previous silence and took the initiative to ask, but his voice was full of trembling. He asked fearfully, "Was it her who turned you into this?" Zhang revealed a terrifying smile. That distorted face twisted any smile into a ferocious one. But the farmer could see that this smile was mixed with sorrow, pain, and a little bit of pity. She, who had turned into a monster, did not answer the farmer's question. She slowly said, "Soon I realized that this person was not First Mississippi. I was scared to death, but I still dared to ask her, 'Who are you?' She said, 'I am Lu Shujin.' I did not believe her. So she told me everything that happened when I was young. From my bad sleeping posture to the stories I told her, everything was accurate. But the more she told me, the more scared I was. Because she was not First Miss, but a demon that had taken over First Miss' body and memories." Sun Lang pondered for a moment. "Do you remember the year she came back?" Zhang carefully thought back. "It should be around the 14th year of Wu De." Sun Lang pinched his fingers and calculated. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he pondered. He pondered for a moment and looked up at Zhang. "You realized that there was something wrong with her and wanted to tell on her, but there was no way out, right?" Chang sighed. "That's right. After she returned home, although old master pretended to be happy, he was actually a little unhappy. However, young mistress and old master had a conversation in the secret chamber. I don't know what young mistress promised, but old master's attitude changed drastically. He would grant her every request with a smile on his face. He treated young mistress as if she was his ancestor. If I were to tell old master that young mistress is a fake, wouldn't he slap me across the face?" Sun Lang said calmly, "But you still did not give up?" "Yes." Zhang was silent for a moment. "I have an adopted son who was adopted by my husband. I also have a daughter who already has a family. I'm a servant of the Liu family and will be staying in the Liu family for the rest of my life. I've watched the first Missy grow up. How can I let her disappear for no reason and let an impostor replace her?" The ranger shook his head. "But you ended up like this." "That's right. I'm just an ignorant peasant woman. I have no knowledge and no ability. I know that the first miss is fake, but no one is willing to believe me. Master and Madam are also ignorant. Even if I tell them, they won't believe me. So I can only deal with this impostor first. I think she must be plotting something against the Liu family since she replaced First Mississippi. If I can get the evidence, I might be able to make Master and the rest believe me." Speaking of this, Zhang smiled bitterly. Her 10 tentacles waved restlessly, as if reflecting her sad mood. The result of this courageous but reckless action was obvious. Sun Lang said in a low voice, "With your knowledge, you can only guess that this impostor covets the Liu family's property or wants to murder your master. But you obviously saw something more terrible, right?" "Exactly." Zhang sighed. "You must have been to the back garden of the herb garden. That was First Mrs. Playground when she was young. She liked to walk and play there until Master sent her to the girls' school. When she came back that time, she asked Master for this garden and specially set aside a piece of land. She ordered the servants not to get close to it. She stayed there all day and didn't allow anyone to come in." The ranger said calmly, "Then, what shocking thing did you find in it that caused you to end up like this? Even if that person is filled with hatred and anger, she shouldn't be so heavy-handed to you. After all, from your description, the relationship between the two of you isn't bad. If she wants to take revenge, there should be more people she can punish, such as her father or something." "Her father?" Zhang smiled bitterly. "Her father was also there at that time. He wanted to kill me." "I smell a conspiracy," Sun Lang said playfully. "It seems that First Miss Liu returned to her hometown with great wealth. She wanted to show off her relatives and friends. Did you bump into their secret gathering?" "How did you know?" Zhang looked at Sun Lang in surprise, then shook his head and said, Sigh, that's what happened. I paid attention to her movements, paid attention to her every move. I wanted to find evidence, I wanted to report her. So one night, I secretly snuck into the garden. I thought that young miss had already fallen asleep. Who would have thought that I would break into a stone room and overhear their conversation? Who? First miss, master, and a few masters from the main family and side branches. They gathered together and seemed to be discussing something important. I heard a few words and was discovered. What did you hear? They seemed to be making something I don't know. I heard the name of the thing, but I don't know what it is. But I remember the name and will never forget it. Ah Zhang's eyes flashed with pain and struggle. It was a memory she did not want to recall. But she still stared at Sun Lang's eyes and said word by word, "The name of that thing is Ji-du." Chapter 304. It was an unfamiliar name. Ji-du, Ji-do, Ji-do, Li-do. What the F***ck? Sun Lang repeated the name a few times and said in shock, "What do they want to do?" You've read it wrong. Ah Zhang repeated it. Ji-du. I can't forget this name. I definitely won't remember it wrongly. This is what they were talking about. Although I don't know what it is, I definitely won't get it wrong. Sun Lang repeated the name a few times. Although he felt that it sounded familiar, he couldn't recall where he had heard it from. After all, Ah Zhang was just a village woman. She had only heard the name, but she didn't know what it meant. Otherwise, she would have been able to deduce what Ji-do was based on the context of their conversation. Unfortunately, she could only remember the pronunciation. He had no choice but to ask about something else. He pondered for a moment and asked directly, "So, you were discovered when you were in stealth mode and ended up like this?" Sigh, this is the consequence of being born on the wrong set. Even a female investigator's plot would be better than this. Speaking of which, they brought you here for human experiments? Yes. At that time, Master wanted to kill me, but he was stopped by Mississippi. She smiled and said that I was still useful, so they locked me up. I'll never forget Mrs. Smile for the rest of my life. Ah Zhang's voice was still filled with fear. I was locked up in the dark dungeon under 100 Herb Garden. I was terrified. I don't know how long it had been, but Miss came to see me. She was still smiling. She said that Mother Zhang was already dead. Mother Zhang was watching the show when she had a seizure. She died immediately. Her adopted son and daughter came to collect her body, handed over her belongings, received her pension, and buried her. I didn't understand at first, but I understood later. I'm afraid that Ah Zhang doesn't exist in this world anymore. Everyone thought that she was dead. Even my adopted son and daughter were fooled. Master must have done something to coerce or trick them. Sigh, in this world, how can I win against Master? I only hope that they still have a shred of humanity and don't make things difficult for my 2 children. But soon, I didn't have time to worry about my 2 children because the real nightmare had appeared on me. I saw eldest Miss smiling and saying, "Ah Ma, you have to compensate me for the classic of mountains and seas and the hidden mouse." I sensed a terrifying and cruel malice from that smile. Although I didn't know what was waiting for me, I knew that it was probably something scarier than death. So at that moment, I jumped up and used all the strength in my body to slam into the wall. Sun Lang looked at the deformed and horrifying Ah Chang and said flatly, "But you're not dead?" Yes, before I hit the wall to commit suicide, I took one last look at Mississippi. No, at that time, I thought she was a thief disguised as Miss, so I wanted to remember her face. Even if I became a ghost, I wanted to pester her and take revenge for my Mississippi. But I suddenly saw Mrs. face change. She suddenly changed and shouted anxiously, "Ah Ma, don't." I was stunned for a moment, but I still slammed my head into the wall. I felt the whole world shaking, tumbling, and flashing stars. I couldn't feel any pain, but I could feel my life slipping away. But I still remember the young mistress's scream. I forced my eyes open to look at her, and I saw a strange scene. Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. You saw the scene of schizophrenia? Ah Zhang ignored him and swung its tentacles, reminiscing. I saw it. Young Miss was crying, her face was filled with anxiety and shock. From her expression, I could tell that she wanted to rush over and hug me, but she couldn't. Her body was trembling, she wanted to move but couldn't. She could only call out for me, but very quickly, those sorrowful expressions disappeared. On young Miss' face, a smile that scared me appeared once again. She smiled and said, Aya, I didn't expect her relationship with you to be so good. You're such a weak and boring fellow. Ah Zhang, you're clearly so hateful. You always like to complain. You plotted the death of my hidden rat. Your father's accomplice, so why does she like you so much? Perhaps when a person is about to die, their mind will become clearer than ever. At that moment I understood everything. Why did she remember everything from when she was young? Why did she look so much like Miss? Why didn't Master and Madam notice anything? It wasn't someone pretending to be Miss, but a terrifying evil spirit that possessed Miss's body. When Ah Zhang said this, a look of hatred and sadness appeared on her face. She subconsciously slapped the water surface with her tentacles, causing the water to splash everywhere. She said hatefully, At that time I used the last of my strength to question her. Who is she? Why did she possess Missy's body? She said, I'm Lu Shuzhen, this body is mine. Then, my consciousness fell into darkness. Before I closed my eyes, I saw her reveal a strange smile. At the time, I didn't understand the meaning of this smile, but I soon understood. She was playing a big joke on me. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps when Ah Chang woke up again, she was already here and realized that she had turned into such a monster. When I woke up again, I was already here. I was wrapped in a giant transparent cocoon. I could faintly see something outside. There was this green liquid all around me, and it filled my mouth and nose. I thought I was going to choke to death, but I suddenly realized that I didn't need to breathe anymore. After who knows how long, the cocoon around me broke. The liquid splashed out and I fell into this pool. I opened my eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings. Then I saw my body. It was undergoing some kind of change that terrified me. It became strange, it became green, it became... Perhaps the past few years had already contained all the madness and anger. When she talked about this, she was no longer overly agitated. However, there was a strong tremor in her voice, which was still describing the despair and madness at that time. I wanted to die, but I couldn't. My body changed. I became stronger than a bull. Even if I knocked myself hard and caused a small wound, it would heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. I became a real monster. I couldn't live, but I couldn't die. She looked at the people around her. Do you know how you felt when you realized you had turned into a monster? Sun Lang said lightly, Yes, so you didn't resist. Resist. Yes, resist. Ah Zhang fell into deep thought. When I was shouting crazily, I suddenly heard laughter coming from not far away. Then I saw Missy standing on the rock on your side, smiling at me. She was still so bright and beautiful, but in my eyes, she was no different from an evil ghost's smile. At that time I had already lost my mind. I hated her. I hated her for turning me into this. I could no longer return to the sunlight and the life I had before. Even if I saw my children, they would see me as a monster. I had nothing left. It was all because of her. At that time I couldn't care less. Whether she was Miss or not, I wanted to kill her. I wanted to tear her apart. I wanted to bite her to death. I wanted to eat her alive. When Ah Zhang said this, he revealed his ferocious teeth that didn't look human. It was terrifying. Then, this ferocious expression turned into confusion and a sigh. But I failed. Just as I was about to touch her, she smiled and waved at me. Then, I couldn't control my body. Although my teeth were itching with hatred, I still couldn't help but kneel down to her. My body was stopping me from being disrespectful to her, stopping me from hurting her. She was like my master. Oh? Sun Lang raised his eyebrows. What's going on? The Imperial Army with psychic powers? Some kind of spirit summoning skill? Or aura suppression? It doesn't seem like it. He thought for a while. Could it be related to the change in your body? Zhang nodded. You're very smart. I only figured it out later. Have you observed beasts before? The king or leader of a group will have the loyalty and allegiance of all the members. The simpler the creature, the purer the loyalty. Perhaps a strong enough wolf will challenge the position of the wolf king, but a soldier ant will never rebel against its queen. It will only serve its queen until it dies without any complaints or regrets. When Sun Lang heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. To be honest, will Auntie Lu transform? I mean, a body covered with a hard shell, mesmerizing high heels, and 2 cool bone wings on the back or something. This plot doesn't seem right. He mumbled for a while and came to the conclusion that there was no need to worry. He was much more powerful than Lei Ritian. Lei Ritian had risked his life to turn Kerrigan into a human. Even if Auntie Lu transformed 3 times, she wouldn't be a match for him. Thinking of this, he raised his head and signaled to Zhang. You can continue. Although I still don't know what you're talking about, your expression tells me that you understand. Zhang sighed. That's right. I think Miss Lu has turned me into a monster. Oh, you're talking about the Shui Yin suppression. Wait. Sun Lang's voice rose an octave. So, after you've become a monster, Auntie Lu can order you to obey? You're saying? Zhang sighed and nodded. Yes, that's my conclusion. Miss Lu, she might also. Impossible, Sun Lang said firmly. She's a human. There's no doubt about that. Zhang looked at Sun Lang strangely. How do you know? Sun Lang said proudly. Because I touched her not long ago. Touched her? Zhang shook his head. You don't know. Some monsters can transform into human form, and some. Anyway, just because they look human on the outside doesn't mean they're human on the inside. She's full of human parts, inside and out. Don't doubt my professionalism. Sun Lang snorted. I've torn apart more corpses than you've seen in your entire life. Now, I can even split her skull into 2 by grabbing her thigh. Do you think I can't tell if she's human or not? Seeing Sun Lang's certainty, Zhang was puzzled. That's strange. She doesn't have the blood of monsters flowing in her body. How can she command monsters to obey her? You must be mistaken. Listen to me. All these years, I've seen things that I couldn't even imagine before. Don't doubt me. That's because you're ignorant. Sun Lang snorted disdainfully. The history of the demon race is ancient and mysterious. Their origin can even be traced back to the same ancient era as human beings. Some imaginative scholars claim that the demon race and human race both escaped from the immortal realm that was about to be destroyed in the last era. When they arrived, they even had a fight. It's obvious who won. So, until now, some radicals still don't get along with human beings. But I think that's bullsh*t. It's not like I haven't seen the immortal realm in the sky. It's just the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, exosphere, and a bunch of broken stones in outer space. But no matter what, the history of monsters must be very long. Sun Lang spread his hands. So, since the history is so long, it's not surprising that there are things like the dragon-slaying saber and the Wooling Alliance leader's seal that can command monsters. Zhang still didn't believe him. Sun Lang shook his head. Okay, let's put this topic aside for now. I'll personally find Aunt Lu to find out what's going on. But, monsters. His expression was a little complicated and strange. Previously, I didn't understand what the B*TCH wanted to do by transforming the herb garden, cultivating the flying centipedes, gathering the 8 distresses, building the altar, and mining in Bamboo Tree Mountain. Now, it seems that everything she did was undoubtedly for the so-called G-do. But the key question is, what exactly is this G-do? He glanced at Ajong. What's with the flying centipede? And the 8 distresses, why the 8 of them? And the altar outside, are they sacrifices? How do they sacrifice? Who do they sacrifice to? What do they want in return? Ajong smiled bitterly. You have too many questions and they're too complicated. Some of them are beyond the scope of my answers. After all, I've been half imprisoned here and forced to cultivate monsters for young mistress. This is my only job. She doesn't trust me and didn't let me participate in her plan. There are some things that I don't know at all. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Then start from what you know. Sun Lang thought for a while. Let's continue. Let's start from when you found out that you've been transformed into Long Bass and were forced to stop being human. Then you went berserk and wanted to act out a forbidden 18 tentacles with the B*TCH, but you were controlled by a mysterious force and were forced to bow to the dark forces. That you're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.